folks who contacted us last night, this morning, and maybe it's an emergency, but we'll be a little bit larger by Friday. But we want to thank you all for coming and studying in schools. And what I think the superintendent here. I've been about 4 or 5 interview processes. They all look slightly different. Sometimes it's about primary, sometimes it's about just one little soft boundary section, and it doesn't have a whole district. And of course, this one that we're doing today has its own new components to it, which is the thing that's the first record as well. It's consolidate some areas, expand others, and open them. So it would be a first for our district to do this kind of configuration as well. But what we found is that when we bring community members and parents who know their neighborhoods well, who represent folks of their schools, and speak in that place of representation, the process really has much more integrity to it, transparency, expertise, and input from those who know. So thank you for being here. I'm just going to open with a few slides for this morning and kind of set the stage, but really our facilitators through the majority of this process are going to be friends from Flow Analytics. They'll introduce themselves more deeply in their areas of expertise, and I call them up. But they'll be doing the majority of the facilitation today on the open days. So, a little bit of all the way over here. As you saw in the letter and the application, powering through this process. In the past, sometimes the boundary process was to be spread it out further, just spend an hour one night or an hour and a half another night, and it kind of drags on a months. We know that we're at a certain place this year where we don't have the luxury of starting in the fall. Here we are in January. So we're going to put about the same amount of time, and probably actually even more as a task force group, but in a shorter span. So the hours you're putting in are the same as other committees have done over the past years, but in a shorter duration of time, because we've already had folks calling and saying, where's my kid going next year? And we have to go through this process. So a few longer days, but at the end, the same outcome. So this is our agenda for today. We'll introduce ourselves to each other, because you'll be a group that will get to know each other quite well at the end of these 3 weeks. A little bit more about your role as a task force group, some guiding principles and working assumptions. We'll take our first stretch break. When we come back from that, we'll actually put you in some representative groups, because that's the kind of role of our sleeves for the rest of the day. All analytics will take over, they'll describe a little bit about boundary work, and then we'll get into already looking at maps, the map scenarios, and how to read different things, diagrams that they have for us. So, so we're a small enough group. You know, sometimes it's a really large group. You've got 100 people, like at a bond summit or something. It's hard to be kind of a small group. We're going to go around, share your name, and the city that you represent, children you have in the district, and what you hope for in this process. Maybe what your leaders should apply. And we'll start with.
So I'm Perseus. I live within Sunset. I have 29-year-old girls in the district, and I just hope for an equitable outcome for everyone and make everyone happy.
Can everybody hear each other? Well, it's a little bit of vacuum, so yeah.
Hi, I'm Chris Doubleday. My son, 4th grader son, goes to Bolton. And I just hope that maybe to get a little bit of advice to the district on fixing some things that are seemingly out of whack.
Mike Corey, I have a 1st grader at Stafford, and I was there a couple years. And being part of the Stafford boundary, and it's odd shape now. You know, I'd like to see we can't, find a, better way to assign schools, well, within distance. A little closer there, the school there's.
I'm Mel. I have four little kids. One of Meridian, two of Beckman, and one is September birthday. So he's waiting. He's waiting in the car to get into kindergarten. I currently live in a unique little neighborhood in Wilsonville. That's why I've always been interested in the Bowery Lanes and everything. It was once a Lowry Boone's decision or choice neighborhood with about half the kids going to Beckman Creek. So it's just this really interesting little pocket that just kind of like sits there. So it's just, I've always been kind of interested on how the boundary lines actually work in Wilsonville. So that's kind of want to get going.
I'm Alexander Smith. I have 4 kids at Boone's. And I think over the last year, I really realized that school size does make an impact on staffing and the ability to staff schools effectively. And so that's why I'm here, because I really like to see if we can, have similar experiences across all schools.
I'm Greg James. I'm the principal at Beckman Creek, and then also help support our primary level principals in schools. I have no kids in the district, but I have a lot of passion, excitement to see this process work its way into some equitable outcomes for schools, right size, and just some clarity, so we feel like we're on the precipice of making some decisions that we can move forward. And this is one of the pieces that we need to check off so we can make that happen.
Yeah, and Derek Porter, I'm the principal at the Fulton Primary. I have a junior and an 8th grader at North Clackamas. And similar to what Lucy said, just hoping for some equitable outcomes for all of our families.
Mary Ann Tucker, I'm currently principal at Stafford, and I will be principal from next year. I don't have any kids in the district there, but I think from my perspective, just thinking and talking to families, like I just think it's really important for us to have some clarity soon, because I think that uncertainty has been really hard for our families, and so I'm excited to see this process happening and improve it.
My name is Madeline Curran, and I'm a staff for a first grade parent, and I also have a 3-year-old. And I hope from this process, similar to you, I live in a part of the district that has historically been a choice zone, but more recently has not. And our neighborhood is overwhelmingly Stafford now, and so I think there's been a shift in our neighborhood to kind of everyone going more in the same direction. But similarly, I want all schools across the district to be able to have that stability that I think we all want, and hopefully getting the numbers to a place that are going to be.
I am Kendra Kessler. I am at Stafford. I have a 4th grader at Stafford and a 6th grader at AV. Kind of talking a bit bogged down in Stafford. We moved here a few years ago. So we're in Skyline Ridge, which is, we were looking at a house being like, are we sure that's the right school that we're supposed to be going to? Is that correct? It's wonderful and great. We're really happy with that we're there. They were Oregonian, but we started our school career in New Jersey, actually, which is a very feisty district there. And so I would love to see some peace come to this, because I can see when it gets so contentious, how much it impacts the community. And so when I got here, I was like, oh, this is a breath of fresh air here. And then it's kind of gone a little bit down, obviously, this last year or so. I'm looking for not my personal best interests, I'm tired of the me on everything, but what's best for everybody. So that's fine.
I'm Pat Hale. I've got a son and daughter at Fulton, 1st and 4th grade, and I have a pretty deep background in quantitative analytics, and I'm really interested in understanding the factors that influence a framework that can create a long-term strategic solution, because structural changes have this friction. In the short term, we all feel it, but in the long term, so we don't keep coming back here every 5 years. How can we set the stage for the next 15 years for our district to have a lot of success I'm really excited about looking at the data and kind of thinking about those factors that will influence our decisions in the next 10, 15 years. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm Jeremy Nichols. I'm the Safety and Transportation Supervisor at Authority of Operations, and I'm here to help answer any questions about the transportation impacts of the changes. I do have 2 kids in the district. I have 2 high schoolers over at Riverside, and my oldest son works for the district. There we are.
And your dad.
He's always around.
Yeah.
I'm Federico Galli. I have one son in Reading Creek currently, another one is 3, and 4 going to 2 years ago, and then 1 to 12 before Trinity for 50 days in process like this. Similarly to your comment, I hope to understand and define the rules that we provide, define technical or what that means broadly speaking, because it's got different connotations based on deciding. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Adrian Killstrom, Communications Director for the school district. Thank you for being here, being part of this process. I know Dr. Buggs will get to this, but just 2 housekeeping things from kind of a communication side. This is a publicly observable meeting, meaning we are broadcasting. So just know that this is a live microphone and video over here, can hear what's happening in the room. We'll turn it off during breaks and lunches, but while the meeting's in session, it is picking that stuff up. So just be aware of that. And then other logistical items, bathrooms are right here up the stairs if you need to access them at any point. And we will have lunch later this morning. So thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Jeff Chambers, Director of Operations. No kids in the district, but I went to the district, so
Survive.
I did. I made it through it.
Thanks, Jeff. And Ringo?
Hi, I'm Ringo Douglas. I work in the construction office, oversee capital construction, a lot of work around facilities planning. I'm often the first one in touch with you folks at Flow, talking that through, looking at all that data. Really hopeful. I was it's great to hear all those comments from you all about your purpose in being here. I think, it's consistent with what we've been hearing over the last year, the notions of stability, stable planning, equity, and those things. So looking forward to this group getting into that process, being available as a substitute, a junior kind of data familiar person alongside our Flow friends here to try to help provide any context to the group. But looking forward to that plan, then, we can confidently say, hey, we should be set here with these boundaries for another 10 years. So excited to be available and in support of the process.
Yeah, I'm Cam Martin. I was Floyd Willis, principal planner. I'll be talking a little bit more about myself and what we do when we get to our part of the organization. So just happy to be here. Great to hear what folks have said so far and your motivations for being here, and good fun working with you.
And I'm Alex Brock. I'm a population photographer with Linn-Wilsonville. I've prepared the enrollment forecast that you guys maybe have seen or have in your folders. We'll get into some of those details later.
And Kathy Ludwig, I'm your superintendent. This is actually my 25th year in the district. I started out at Stafford, working there as the coordinator, then 7 years as principal at Sunset, worked in the district office, assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent. This is now my 10th year superintendent. So 25 years in this district, which I don't live in the district, but I can imagine working anywhere else. They live in New Jersey. I taught there for a while, so there's that feisty community. Where in New Jersey? I was around Princeton and Pennington.
Oh, and so like Central Jersey.
Yes, Central Jersey. So there's spicy places everywhere, and anytime you start talking about people's schools, there's a lot of passion, and there should be, because it's where children are going. Education is important. The communities invest in education for their children. They select where to live, primarily around where schools are. And so I've been in Idaho. Kent and I were talking about, I taught in Idaho. Got feisty there when we talked about boundaries. And that's long enough in New Jersey that when that came up, and then also Beaverton, they're going through changes as well, beginning those kind of conversations. Always about reconfiguring. When my husband and I bought our, moved in from one house to the other, it was for our kids to go to a certain high school, and right then they changed boundaries. And so that kind of upended those plans, but, you know, that's kind of the life cycle maybe for the school district changes that's happening. I've been in the district long enough to kind of maybe speak to why these boundaries even look the shape they do. It feels so odd and maybe random sometimes when you move in and say, are you sure that's our school? And a large part of that is over the last 100 years, for sure, but definitely 50 years, this area has been growing. And so people get kind of settled where they are, and then when a new housing development comes around, it's just like, well, instead of disrupting everybody, let's just add this space on somewhere. And so that becomes the least disruptive kind of decision around a soft boundary change, or when the change happens around building another school and then changing feeder schools. We could sometimes think about developments and where new development is happening. And folks aren't there yet, so let's just put that new section into this boundary. That's how we got some of those strange ones around Sunset, Trillium area. This Trillium is going to be, we had some new developments in that area as well. Been in the district long enough that there wasn't a Bolton primary school, but it got started while I was here. So I remember the impetus for that and how it got opened without a boundary first, and then eventually a neighborhood boundary. Long enough to see Trillium and Lowry open. We went through that boundary process again. That was feisty. And it took up a lot of communities around Westland to make those changes. That's why we have these things called choice zones, because some families just felt like, if you tell us one or the other, it's really not going to work. And so we said, okay, we'll make choice zones. There were a few districts that have these things called choice zones, but it's all in an attempt to smooth things over and help families feel that they can make a choice for their children. And then, of course, in 2016-17, we opened Brady Creek. So we went through that whole process again, which also involved primary schools and middle schools as well. So I wish I could say this would be the last one, maybe in my career here, but if the district changes some more or then begins to grow again down the road, we'll talk about the urban boundary. It's likely that things will shift again. So when we get to looking at some of those maps, feel free to ask about some of the history of why as well. But I do know, and I've been in the processes, that it always came from a place of a group like this, sometimes larger, sometimes the same size, thinking about what do we know today that can best serve the families and how far out we can see in the future. And the least disruption, perhaps, to families around where they purchase, where they're kind of hoping to go, you know, where they feel really connected, and do that least disruption as possible. And that's why you get some of the configurations you do. It's never been a process by superintendent office drawing a line or, you know, district staff, you know, kind of shaking the dice. It's always been a community-based decision, really looking at if we move this area, what happens? If we move this area, what happens? And then coming to sometimes compromise, but overall, really with this idea of let's just do the best we can, to your point, for the whole district, and providing some give and take in that process. All right. So when we talk about, you know, what kind of anchors us in our decisions as a district, we have a mission question. It's kind of over here behind the easel there. It's not a statement, it's a question, because we feel it's a compelling question that always asks the debate. How are we doing creating learning communities for the greatest thinkers and most thoughtful people? And today our work really is about learning communities. Our schools are those places to embrace them every day to learn, and setting up places where they feel connect with their neighborhood and they get a sense of place and space is important, and where that happens. We have 4 board district goals. You can see them on the back here. These are kind of big goals that are enduring. And then we make goals that connect to those, but we have one that talks about being responsive to community growth and learning needs of students. And making sure we're always planning for the future. That's the role of our long-range planning committee, which is also a citizen-based group of parent volunteers who are always thinking about where are we growing, what's next, is a new school on the horizon. Unusually, this last year, their questions were, we seem to be declining. That's the first. What's our responsibility now? And those of you who were tracking a lot of the communication last year in the small schools consideration, it really was prompted by that group of thinking, how do we responsibly now shift for a different type of a future, which is one around declining enrollment, and make sure we're taking care of these. And then this year, our board created a goal around really engaging earlier on in some strategic planning and making sure they had the most current information. And that, of course, led to some decisions this year and a request for updated information and the board decision to consolidate Bolton and Stafford. Thanks. So I think people are familiar with what's brought us here, although I'm consistently surprised in a grocery store in the community or happen to talk to someone on the phone, maybe they have a high school student. There are still folks in the community who didn't know that there was a whole process this year or that we consolidated 2 schools. So I think people get busy in their lives and they're focused on what's happening for their kids at the moment, or they're tired, they don't have children in the district. We do this a disconnect. But just very briefly, what's brought us here is that since coming out of COVID, but even during COVID, we were starting to hear information about just some global trends and national trends around the declining birth rate. And probably you were hearing that as well. Really got accelerated coming out of COVID and more statistics around that. All you have to do is go home and Google, school districts and declining enrollment. And anywhere across the United States, you'll see that trend. And it's definitely one in Oregon, and districts all around the state are having to grapple with what does it mean when we're declining enrollment. Enrollment is tied to school funding. Get funded per student. And so when you have fewer students every year, you've got less money. That means you have to also reduce staff. The largest part of our district budget is personnel, 85%. We have staff, but comparatively, we're just a people-heavy organization. That's our work. So less state school funds. At the same time, costs are going up. And those of you who work in any industry, probably seeing that in your workspace as well. If you're in healthcare, same thing is going on. We're seeing that inflation is causing competitive rates for payroll needs to go up, and so we want to make sure our teachers have fair work and pay, but also the cost of electricity and just stuff. And so when that's going up and we're getting less money to fewer students, it's like it's the perfect storm for school districts. Really try and right the ship and keep quality high and programs that families also want to see. Just the numbers you can see there, right at the kind of the before COVID, we were inching towards 10,000 students. And here we are at 8,600. And so when you lose that many students, something's got to shift. And we are a district that, there are some districts that have very large primary schools, such as the philosophy they have, 600 to 700 students. So if they lose a few hundred or 100 here or there, they still have kind of a medium-sized elementary school. We are a district where we've heard often from our community that they prefer smaller primary schools, and we feel that it's given a sense of being known and place in space. But then very small primary schools can become even smaller. And so that's what's been happening. Because of declining enrollment and less state school funds after COVID and increased costs, we've had to make some pretty significant reductions in order to keep running the district with the quality of programs and philosophy and pedagogy that has value for us in the district. So in 24-25, we reduced our general fund by 10 million. Quite a reduction around support staff. Class sizes went up a little bit. We're then looking at another reduction this year, which we have put in place of 15 million again. And for a district our size, that's a significant amount in our budget. And it was then that the board said, what are we looking at? Is this going to continue? And we said, we're, as long as our enrollment is declining at this rate, we may have to. At that time, we had some projections with Flow Analytics that showed possibly a return to some enrollment about around 2028, 29. Again, it was a little further out. And so we weren't sure about that, but it had come up during the process last year with small schools, of course. And so that was why the board kind of said, well, let's just feel it and not make a big decision, drastic decision and see if anything changes. The most recent analysis around enrollment projections, again, tied to our funding, came out to us in November, and we were really shocked. And we were looking at it for the first time, just kind of feeling hit in my stomach because it didn't show that big of an impact. It showed we were already even seeing that we were trending on the low end of the projection, not even the middle scenario. And some of these graphs you'll get to see in a little bit, but even a bigger decline with the projection of losing another. It's a combination of many things. People ask, where are the kids? Where are they? You know, if you're not here, are they in other districts? Well, everybody's going down in enrollment. And it's a combination of things. Birth decline, you can Google that and read all the articles about what's happening in the national. But also we're a community where when families move to start a family, they have to be able to think about, is this a community where I can also afford the housing? And as you know, in Oregon, housing is a bigger cost consideration, and mortgage rates have not dropped as they had, we're all seeing about 10 years ago. So folks who are in low mortgage rates are kind of hunkering down and staying, and maybe not moving and downsizing. They're kind of staying in their low mortgage rate, and we don't see that turnover. People selling their families, and then families who are moving in often say, you know, it took me a while to kind of afford to get moved into West Linn-Wilsonville. There are more affordable areas around the state where families are starting out. So there's a combination of things in Oregon, and then there's a combination of things here in West Linn-Wilsonville. COVID also increased familiarity for folks around what does it mean to learn from home. And so this trend around homeschooling and virtual schooling picked up nationally as well as in Oregon. Zoom made it a lot easier. You know, people were familiar with this idea of, wow, teacher kind of shows up with the kids on the screen. It's a lot more user friendly. Parents got kind of used to maybe doing something curriculum at home during COVID with their children, and tell us they've chosen to stay with that option. So nationally, as well as throughout Oregon, we've seen a slight increase in homeschooling and then virtual charter schools. While we see the decline in our primary and we'll move up in middle and high school, there is a wonder about perhaps we won't see as big of a decline in high school when that time comes. Will families come back? Because high school also offers sometimes the courses that online doesn't, or even opportunities for co-curricular that perhaps homeschooling or online offer. But we're just not there yet. In fact, we are seeing declining. That's out a little bit, and we'll keep watching that. But we are definitely seeing our biggest loss at the moment in the primary. So we made those two big reductions, and then the board wanted to know early on what we're looking at for 26-27. And we said, based on that, what we're projecting, another loss of several hundred students. We need to go down with more staff, and the size of the primary school is becoming more concerning. And so I made some recommendations to the board around consolidation of two schools, suspension of preschool, suspension of Chinese full language program, and the board made decisions on those recommendations. They did go to both the two primary schools and then also secondary school, but they are the training still running programs. Yeah. So with that, we now need to figure out new schools for the students we're going to go establish. And it seems sometimes unusual when one school or one area of the district is declining enrollment and another area, there's a lot of development. And that happens in some schools that are what we call consolidated school districts, two cities join together to make a school district. We've got West Linn, where it's got a student situation going on around development and housing, enrollment, and then Wilsonville has its unique planning going on around development and housing. So we're opening Foghorn, and if you've been down Stafford Road and kind of seen that area, you can see the buildings going on. It's slowed down due to COVID, as a lot of development did, but it's starting to pick back up. And in fact, the Foghorn East has been approved to start developing, and I think that projected another 1,200 or so units.
Yeah, total Frog Pond East and South is projected up to 1,800 units. In the near term, they expect approvals for up to around 1,000 units. And those, of course, will build out over time. But that growth is very much expected. And then the current phase of Frog Pond that's been under construction continues to go. The Frog Pond School, all the properties around it, even those that are just fields today, are either in planning permitting or have gotten through planning permitting. So that the area that's been under construction is continuing actively. And part of my role is connecting in with city planners periodically. I even attend most of the kind of pre-planning meetings for those sorts of things, such as here. So yes, that's very much still moving on.
You'll hear all that again later as we're going to get into the details about what's happening in areas. But it is this kind of unique situation where one part of the district, which just happened is development, it is an urban growth factory, so it is developing, and that is the intention of the city. And for the numbers, we have either seeing it or feeling it with the plan board. And then another side of the district that feels very connected around its identity around the West Linn, and this is where we like to attend in our schools, and so how do we adjust the needs there? So even though we're one district, we do hear feedback that there is a sense of going to school much more closer to where you reside than you have passing way over to the other side. And that makes sense. Tigers Wallington has the same situation. There are other districts that are consolidated like that, Russian part of it. Isolated districts. So here we are. We've got a big task ahead of us. It's going to be unique because there'll be conversations around looking at West Linn and thinking about what's best for the community there and the schools and the situation. And then there'll be just, a couple miles away, just right over there. There's this unique thing where we've got now Wilsonville saying, we've got to open a school. How do we expand and create a new boundary for a new school? We'll also making sure that neighboring schools have what they need. And then there is this unique place. You said they were the choice zone.
Is that, yeah, Foxholes.
Yeah. So
Historically choice, not anymore.
yeah, it's actually boundary for staff.
Yeah, basically the people in our neighborhood that have middle and high schoolers,
Yeah.
they have the experience of choice. But
Yeah.
for us, it's like we're all private.
Yeah. Yeah. There was some grandfather clause, and these are the kind of things you say, okay, for these families, we'll let you finish up, but the new families that come in, you get to start over here, and that happens to the boundary. But there is a section in here that's quite large. You'll see it on the map when you see it that geographically, but the population is, it's big space. It's like, oh, there's 2 kids. Yeah. So it's very rural in this middle area, and yet people kind of orient one way or the other. They can go very much shop in Wilsonville. Their friends are in Wilsonville. I kind of drive that way. I feel that community. And then others, oh, no, I shop in West Linn. And so we've got this kind of middle area that we also have created a choice zone. But we got to make a decision about it because with every choice zone, we could run double buses. And when we get to things like reducing 10 million, 15 million, other 10 million, what comes up often is, where are you cutting expenditures, you know, are there some things you're doing that you don't need to do? And so over the last few years, we've been coming back and reducing some of those choice zones and trying to cut costs. Not only the environment, you know, we put those buses with the 18 kids on them, but also just streamlining that cost-wise. So that's what's brought us here, and we'll have much more opportunity to talk about that. I'm available to you all day, helping you about the process. I know there are things that folks do want to share from their communities about how we got here. We carry stories of our families. I know we could have hurt going through what we did. I never thought in my career that I'd have to make that type of a recommendation or be able to be told to. And so I completely understand. So I want you to feel comfortable. Grab my elbow sometime during the break. If there's things that you want to share with me that you're hearing or that you told friends, you know, come on there, I'll let the superintendent know. Let me know. Support to me, and we're working hard to rebuild that trust and to work through this. There'll be some hard conversations, and I want you to know that we understand that. We'll work through them. All right, next. So here you are, you signed on. Did you know there's more than one meeting then today? Okay. All right, so Pat, maybe you just didn't recall that. So we've got you here for today, and timeline also on Friday. Your biggest roll up your sleeves, kind of working, reading in with the maps and study zones. But the goal is for you to really become an informed group. That's why you've got brilliant people here from Flow Analytics. You'll get into all of that data and report that you're curious about, and also how it all gets put together. Predictions for next year, 5 years, 10 years. You'll do a lot of studying, ask a lot of questions. We don't expect you to leave as knowledgeable as Kent and Alex, but we want you to feel that you can be key communicators back in your community. So you will, at the end of this, and after community feedback, you'll kind of say, okay, superintendent, this is the map that we feel. Probably not perfect for everybody, but it's the best that we feel at this time with what we've been able to do and what we know that we created for our community. Present that to the superintendent. I then present that to the board, and they're not going to then go in and roll up their sleeves and do all your work over again. They trust the process, they'll trust your plan, and I'll be sharing that with them, and then they'll the map and the new boundaries. They will ask questions about the process. They'll want to make sure that parents were involved, that there's representation, that the community got to give feedback. So they do have those checks and balances. When you go back, and Kent will talk about this at the end, you might ask, what do you want to talk about? You know, when we go back, and should we ask people? And he'll give you some talking points and some guidance around that. And we want you to feel that you're representing your community. And part of that is knowing what they think as well. You have a large school area. Of course, people come really knowing their neighborhood block. But remember that you're also representing, you know, an area that's larger than that. And in terms of time and space, you're also thinking about what makes sense for next year. But if 5 years from now, people look at this map, will it make sense to them, or 10 years from now? And then again, being those key communicators. We shared this in the letter to the community, but also I want you just to agree that we think about what's important. It's that people, children and students, the center of our focus, that we do think beyond just what feels right for next year or a few years, but as far out as we can see, having created some stability for the salary process. Demographic balance it's an interesting one because we've heard stories of children being bused for 3 hours just to create maybe a diverse type of a situation in the school. And those stories and experiences have their purposes and places and times. And we also know that people feel connected to a neighborhood school where they live, and also time on a bus for children. So we put in guidelines like no longer than 45 minutes. And we have to introduce a new bus if we need to and pay for another route just to bring that time on bus down. Those are things that Jeremy's here for. We want to think about accessibility as well as demographic balance. And then there are a few schools that have specific programs in them, and sometimes those programs are optional, and so we get more people coming to school than live in the area. It's the dual language. It's one of those programs in our district. So we only want to keep in mind, if we've got an extra couple hundred kids coming in that don't live in the neighborhood, have we left enough space? If you've seen the map of Lowry boundary, it's pretty dense, it's a very dense community there, but it also has a huge dual language program. And so it's got to be room for that. Same thing with Trillium. Got a Spanish dual language program, so we'll think about when we were making that boundary, make it too big, then the program is. And then we're committed to clear ongoing. These were some of the working parameters we shared with our community. We kind of called them, these things will change and these things won't change. And so we'll have discussion about this later. There'll be opportunity for questions about that. But for right now, these are just overview. I'll just repeat them. We are keeping our middle and high school boundaries the same. We do know there's been some question about why not changing the middle schools. We'll have those conversations as we get into math and numbers and things like that. We've had that already been generated in our FAQ. We are committed that current schools in West Linn will keep their current alignment to their school and neighborhoods, but will expand to integrate in Stafford and Fulton. So what we're not doing is if you're currently zoned for Trillium, we're not going to remove that zone and send it somewhere else. It will stay at Trilliumville, but we'll expand Trillium to include either parts of Fulton or Stafford and likewise in Cedarville. 6 boundary areas. The same for Linn-Wilsonville. We have no intention of changing the Lowry boundary or the Boone's Ferry boundary, but we are going to have to change the Beckman one and introduce a new. And then, of course, that choice zone area, that's a big part now that we have Frog Pond. That choice zone area will dissolve, and we'll have to make a decision as a group where those zones go.
How set in stone are you guys on, like, the communications already? Like, well, not change anything. This is a lot of feedback we've gotten is like, go big or go home on this and redo all. So like, is this negotiable at all?
We put it out to the community and I'm sure the board. So we have to kind of go back to the community and say, this group or parents wanted to change. So our commitment is to stay with us.
And that's from input from the community to your board members?
That's from
the feedback that you're getting that people don't want the change, is that from feedback that board members are giving?
There was early conversation, kind of at the trickle end, and it came in a pretty small schools process around how it feels to have boundaries change, and then if anything happened, to minimize the amount of change. So that started to happen, even though that was so preliminary, and then the board made the decision. But then we did, as we were going through this process with the recommendations in November and December, we were starting to hear some communications around stability is so important. Please don't keep disrupting. And so that was, if we didn't have to disrupt the middle and high schools, we felt that was important.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, like Ken's right. I think our community and our neighborhood community has expressed a lot of concern about kind of the idea of kicking the can down the road. And are we going to deal with this again in 4 or 5 years?
And I think when we start to see some of the numbers, part of it is if we do something early on here, maybe what will we create for middle schools later? And so when we get into those numbers, I think that will make sense as well. Why we want to keep the middle and high school as balanced as possible. So keep bringing this up if during the process you feel like, oh, this is now making more sense how you got there, or now I'm looking in, or I'm kind of say something. I want you to phrase it again, because I think part of what this process is that, you know, we had these parameters, but if a question came up that we were willing to talk about it, we explored it, and get some more explanation about it.
Because I'm with them as well on the Wilsonville side. Our district's kind of, from my feedback, is that they want Boone's and Lowry and those boundaries to rework them and then out as well, because it is kicking the can down. And this kind of rule that has been put on that we're only going to do these certain little things really doesn't alleviate any issues with Boone's and Lowry having their population so big. So I'm with them as well. Big picture, like why aren't we looking at a bigger picture? And
from regular meetings and with the communication that has gone out and it doesn't say Boone and it doesn't say Lowry. So there's been a lot of fear that like, is something going to change? Lowry, because no one's mentioned and people don't understand what that means.
Yeah, I guess like overall, just right now, like we always discuss our groups and all the details, but I'm not sure how committed, like this is in stone, we sent that out, we're not willing to like move on this or so we're like wasting our time in conversations, I guess.
Yeah.
You know.
So, and thank you for bringing it, and I'll own that when we made this, we really just, it was no mission on our part to not identify Boone's and Lowry, just because it was so west of the, you know, of Wilsonville that we just thought it made sense that folks, you know, this doesn't pertain to.
A lot of them think that they're getting rezoned, like, I don't mind, they're like, we think we're getting rezoned for far.
And I'll own that, and we'll make sure we get that in the update. It really was that so much of what we were hearing from around the county, most of them that didn't make sense that choice zone and that didn't let people talk about it. And so by omission of that, I can see how that's created concern.
I just echo briefly Kathy's statement this, as we start thinking of the numbers, if you won't leave today without seeing enough numbers, where I think some of that thinking will become more clear. We've got the advantage of having seen, you know, been working in that data more closely in the last week or two. And so again, as Kathy said, keep all those thoughts. You're representing both yourselves and your community, so all that you're hearing. But I would say if we're able to keep a hold of it, don't lose it, but just keep a hold of it for a little bit here today. I think you'll start to see what the data is going to be showing us and why some of those things might make sense. And then as Kathy said, should that not be the case, of course, then you pull it back up and say, okay, I'd like to address that again. And it's hard when it does take 2 hours to get through the preambles before the data. But this is why I'm here. So I'm just curious again, I think you'll find a lot of assurance, and to the extent you don't, that everyone here is here to make sure that we talk these things.
And nobody wants to pick a hand and then you have to say like, and I think in some ways that's kind of what also the opposite is we're defining, even the boards that have exactly some same realizations about rules. And now it's even important that we look at boundaries to say, with the best information that we have, with the projections that we can get from flow analytics, let's create a boundary scenario that does do well for our primary schools. We'll see how the numbers then play out for middle and high school. With the software, they can show you what will the numbers look like in 1 year, 5 years, and 10 years. So in that guiding principle where we said we want that 10-year projection stability, that will be our check to see, have we done something where now we picked a can and now another has to come back in 5 years and fix it. We don't want that to happen, not just with primary, but the middle and high. So keep us accountable to that. And then if you see something where you do feel like we've created something untenable, then we'll have that discussion. And if it is something that we put out to the whole community, if this group saw and noticed something, we'll do that. But it's got to be pretty, pretty compelling, because we also hear a lot in middle and high school that once we get to middle and high school, our kids are kind of they're on a path. They're on a track for Westland or Wilsonville, or we committed to this middle and high school, not unlike
Every few years I answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think as a primary parent, I feel that exact way. And so that's, I think, where a lot of the concern comes from is we don't want to have to reassess in a few years and have our children be impacted by that in the same way that those current parents don't.
Yeah.
We all share the same goal.
Exactly. Yeah. Good. Okay. So this is the timeline. This was communicated out to the school community and also on the application. And you're here today to kind of roll up your sleeve. You've got that first box checked off. We've established a group. We'll have a few more folks here on Friday, a few with emergencies come up for their children. We've got Willamette that's working to find a representative to come, and we're hoping by Friday they'll have someone. And then someone from Bolton dropped out yesterday evening, so we're working on getting another person to represent Bolton. But we do want to have that full task force through the majority of this time. So we have a meeting today, 9 to 2, and then we'll come back again on Friday. Give some space and time for Linn-Wilsonville to do any kind of work they need to do. Our goal is by Friday to have something that we can share in the community so that we can start to get some feedback the following week. Then we'll come back and we'll analyze all that feedback, we'll make adjustments, and then present something to the. All this looks perfect on paper, so hopefully no snow days, piece of weather, no unexpected. The timeline is tight. We're at this place in the year where we didn't have the luxury of the fall to begin something like this, which we've done before in the past. There are families who then will react to the decision and they'll either, okay, I kind of know the school for my child and I'm going to go there, or I'd like to put in what we call an in-district transfer. They'd like to go to another school. That process all opens in the beginning of February. And our folks who may want to take advantage of that. And then staff is our another big group who just want to know where am I going to be teaching next year, what's happening. Frog Pond needs to build its staff and its team and give some of those details even in the spring to be ready for the fall. So kind of in a truncated process. And that is the most you're going to hear me talk about this. Unless you ask me a question and it, prompts kind of a longer explanation. It's one of those things up front, you have a copy of this in your folder that you can take back. With that, we're going to take a quick stretch. Again, restrooms are up there. There's coffee. When we come back, we're going to put you in the practice that some different configurations. So we'll have and it's not that you're going to start work immediately, but just to kind of keep getting to know each other and have some time for first groups. But we will do a Wilsonville table here. You can see it's kind of hold the board for your two that will directly out. And then we'll maybe just do 2 tables for Westland, and then Derek and Miriam can be at the table. And then make sure there's the different schools. We don't want all of them. Bolton at one place of the fall. And there's one more table, so we'll mix up throughout the process.
So with 4th and 5th graders this year. Yeah.
The intention is when we open the school, we always open it 5. So the only time we made an exception was on the primary media. They actually started with the child center and then at the kindergarten and then here. But I can tell you what we used to do other than Thursday night. So track that. We didn't imagine that seniors, high school was different. Seniors start getting on a track with credits and grades and they're all involved in curricular. So we opened Riverside with 9th and 10th grade. Primary, we've always opened our history of it. Usually with smaller bits, but when siblings start to get involved, then it's always a okay, so the quick stretch and then find something to say. So that
Able mates, so that's great. Yeah, happy to be here. Once again, I'm Ken Martin, Principal Planner here with Floyd Analytics. We'll do a little longer intro and tell you a little bit about what we do. My background is in education. So I started as a teacher, high school math teacher up at Kelso, just up the road from you guys. Should I say the year? Fall of '93. That's a long time. Just a minute ago, yeah. So this is my 33rd year of working either directly with education or working in this capacity. So I was a teacher at Kelso, moved down to Battleground, was a teacher, middle school principal in Battleground. I want to say this year in '99, long time ago, before we had email outside of the district at that time. Kids didn't have phones. It was great. Parents wanted to talk to you, they called them, phone home or something, email, so it's old days. Did that for a while, moved from Central Washington, so moved back to Eastern Washington, Spokane 20 years ago as an elementary school principal. So high school, elementary school. Did that for several years. I was able to have my own kids in my building, which was really fun. So my youngest will turn 25 this year, started as a kindergartner at that school. My oldest was a third grader, so he's 27. So that was really fun. It wasn't really what we planned, but just kind of worked out that way. So I got to have my kids in my school. After doing that, I moved up to the district administration in Central Valley School District in Spokane Valley. Did that for 9 years. As part of that, we were going through a lot of growth at that time. So we had some aging facilities. It had been, I think, 16, 17 years since that district passed a bond to improve facilities. Finally passed consecutive bonds in 2015, 2018. So we touched, I think, we got 15 projects, either remodel projects or building new projects. I was in charge of our secondary schools. We added a 6th middle school, which we really needed because of growth. We had a middle school of 800 kids, and then it was built for like 550. And then we built a 3rd high school. So Ridgeline High School is now the 3rd high school in Central Valley. So they were a 2 high school district for 50 years. And then we had to create this 3rd. So it was interesting listening to Dr. Ludwig talk about, we have these, I'm either, grow up thinking I'm going to go to this school or grow up thinking I'm going to go to that school. I'm now the 3rd school. So it was exciting, but it was also, what's the word we've been using, feisty? A little feisty. I got to know Flo during that process and actually met Alex in 2016, I think. So about 10 years ago, floated our enrollment forecasts at that time, and then also helped us in our boundary modeling. So we had to create new middle school boundaries. Actually, we created elementary boundaries first. Then the next year we did middle school, and the next year we did high school. So I got to know Flo and the team. When the pandemic happened, I just kind of reached out to Flo and said, hey, do you guys need some help when everything went to virtual? I'd love to facilitate in the evenings if you could have me. So I got to facilitate Flo on a couple of projects in Western Washington, all remotely at that time in 2020. And I came to work full time for Flo in this capacity in 2021. We work with a lot of school districts on this type of work. Consolidation is relatively new though, but it's something that we're really seeing our business switch to because of the low birth rates, the decline in enrollment in districts, not just in Washington, Oregon, but across the nation. Few of the districts we've worked with recently, like Washington, we're going to be starting a project in Edmond School District up there north of Seattle next week. We've been working on a large project with a district in Maryland, who's opening up 2 replacement high schools. That district in Maryland has 165,000 students. This humongous area, not really growth though. So we do a lot of work. We work with districts as small as 500. We work with districts of about 165,000. So we've been working. The processes we use are really pretty simple. We get folks together. We show data. We try to give a starting point, which you'll see today. Probably after lunch, we'll get to that starting point. And what we try to do is really get your ideas to come forward and we try to model them so you can see what it looks like and then make decisions based on that. So at the end of this, you'll hear the word iterative a lot. We like that word because that is really what we're doing. We're building upon previous. So we'll keep building upon what you create and hopefully make it better and better and better until we get to some recommendation. That's the goal. Alex.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm Alex Brosh. Like I said, I'm a population geographer. What that means, I have background in human geography and GIS, so geographic information systems, mapping, spatial data analysis. I started at Flow in 2015, and like Ken said, I've been kind of working with school districts really since that point. And we were developing our team to work with K-12 public school districts to prepare enrollment forecasts, then also work through boundary review processes. Because I think 2017 to 19, I did a graduate program at PSU. Actually, they had for a time, it's no longer there, applied demography program. So that helped me for my understanding of demography and how to apply that to this specific work with enrollment forecasts. At that time, I was working with a guy named Charles Reinderson. He's been preparing enrollment forecasts for school districts in Oregon for 20 to 30 years.
Yeah.
And fortunately, Charles was looking to do even more work in that space. So he came over and joined Flow. And this year, we're working with a lot of districts in the area. Charles is preparing forecasts for Tigers Walton and Beaverton. I just finished working with North Clackamas, so Salem Kaiser, McMinnville, yeah, a lot of districts in the area. So, and I live in Portland, Rose City Park neighborhood. I've been there since 2015. So yeah, very familiar with the area. Got to know Linn-Wilsonville in 2018 when we helped prepare enrollment projections. And yeah, so what I do most of my time is prepare enrollment forecasts. So the report you have was primarily prepared by me and our other staff supporting me. And then using spatial data analysis, I also help build the enrollment models where we get to look at a little bit of taking those school level forecasts and allocating them to smaller puzzle pieces that will be able to move around between attendance areas. And then use some web mapping tools to help us have that iterative process. So that one making use scenarios and get something that the public can comment on in a few weeks.
I should mention too, I guess I live in Newly. I'm now living in Coeur d'Alene last month. I was in Eastern Washington for 20 years, and so been a Washingtonian my whole life. So I just got my head of a driver's license. Yeah, it's great. I should say too, the Los Middle School principal, our 8th grade trip every year at the end of the year was to come to bowling. So I rode that on the bus from Crowd that went to bowling.
That's a journey.
Yeah. It was interesting. I always came as the principal because I figured if I came, the kids would probably be better, and they usually were, right? So I used to sit with all of our behavior kids on the bus. So it's a good time seeing back in those days. So I know this area too. I've lived in Vancouver for 13 years. I'm not going to go through every piece here, but our intention really today is to get you really to know each other a little bit, understand the charts that you have as task force members, guiding principles. I'm going to run through those, but I'll be hitting on those again. I want you to be real familiar with the data. So in other processes, we call this first day kind of data 101. So you're going to see a lot of data. It's in your packet. We'll have you pull that up on the left-hand side. There is a memorandum from the forecast report that I almost completed. So we want you to understand what those resources are. It's great to have district folks in the room too, because you can ask questions around just history in the district, how things happen. You know, Dr. Logan talked about how some of the boundaries maybe don't make sense, and there's usually a story behind that, right? And so hopefully you can get some of that information you get. We want you to feel prepared before we start looking at maps. I think the worst thing we could do is have you jump into maps without the backstory, because you need to know really where the projections of the enrollment's going, and we have that for 10 years out. So you can see the enrollment's declining. We'll see how that happens and what that is projected to do in each building that we're going to be studying. I want to make sure that you're ready to go with next steps, what's going to happen next week with the input sessions, and how our works work together. So Right now, we're doing number one. I was going to talk about number two, the forecast details and any resources. So, I'm about to finish the analysis. We've introduced ourselves, so we'll kind of move that. One person keep the pool there in the center. Alex works really hard in the fall, so we're letting him take his PTO in a couple of weeks. So Ethan will be kind of doing Alex's role for our time together in a couple of weeks. So we'll see that. And he's important. What's important? Some norms and mindsets. I think this will be pretty easy with this group from what I've seen. We really want you to have a global mindset. I mean, I know you're thinking about your own kids, you're thinking about your friends and their kids, but we really need you to think globally. What's best for the whole district? There may be some things that you'll see that make it better for maybe the other parts of the district, perhaps in your mind you think this isn't the best for us. Doesn't mean you can't state that. We want you to state that, but we also want you to see how it might benefit someone else in the neighboring school as well. So really keep all students in the district in the center in this. Be present. This one's a lot easier in a group. We've done these virtually. It's a lot harder, and you've been on virtual meetings, how hard that was with me paying attention. So maybe we'll be fine with that. Respect each other. This is an open place for people to be able to share their thoughts, ideas, their concerns, and we can definitely take those respectfully and work with each other on that. Stay in that solution mindset. You guys are a team on this, so we want you to have some collective thoughts and get some consensus around certain scenarios that are developing. So be ready for that. And then again, as we said, it's iterative, it's process. We're not going to get there today. Our goal is to get fully through recommendation after 4 big meetings together, right? And we'll see kind of how that plays out as we go. I can go through this a whole lot. Dr. Ludwig touched on it, but I think you asked some questions. Folks did. That's the driver for this is the consolidation of those 2 primary schools at Stafford and Bolton, and then Frog Pond opening. Everything's happening quick. Fall of 26. I will say that in other projects that we've worked on, this idea of having to make some changes because of decline enrollment and enrollment declining faster than maybe was anticipated is really common right now. You may be thinking, why is this happening this quickly? Well, it really depends on when you get information, how you get information, and what that information tells you. The projections we've done for a lot of districts, especially this fall, have shown that really an acceleration of decline. A few years ago, decline was starting, now it's really starting to hit. When you keep having smaller and smaller kindergarten classes coming year after year, and those kids start moving down to grade level, it just the whole thing just really starts sliding off your total improvements. So a lot more decisions are happening quicker for districts now. And then again, this was talked about as well. So spend too much more time with that. So guiding principles.
Yeah. Oh, I see. It's going through some names.
Yep. Yeah. So as a task force, your purpose is to work with the staff, right? And that we're going to adjust some primary school boundaries, come up with an ultimately one scenario to bring forward to Dr. Ludwig for consideration. So we're bringing forward a recommendation, consensus recommendation. We'll work together, changing, only the primary school boundaries in those scenarios. And we're going to analyze. Pretty soon you're going to hear from Alex about the primary school enrollment. Forecasts, we'll look at building capacities, geographies of the neighborhood, and then kind of walking transportation implications. Now, we do great with data, so we have all the data in the world. What we don't have is we don't have the understanding of the neighborhoods. We don't have the understanding of the history. We don't have the things that you as parents value within the community, right? And value within your students going to the school district. So that's the story that needs to get brought into this. It can't just be driven on data. It's got to be driven on both pieces. So we're going to be asking you for that. Now, when we come up with recommendations, I'm going to see before that, when we come up with scenarios, what we want to do is we want to always kind of look back into this and take a look at these guiding principles to see if we're meeting these. Now, these are not outlined in any priority, right? These are all priorities. So you'll see that we'll get some scenarios that maybe are great at utilization. So that 10-year boundary or excuse me, that 10-year stability looks great for certain schools, maybe doesn't look so great for other schools. Or it looks great for certain schools with a ton of transportation. And maybe we can't do it because the transportation might be a barrier to doing that recommendation. So you'll really see how some of these play out with each other. Sometimes one of them will look really good at the detriment of another one. So as a group, we're going to have to make the determination, is that okay for this scenario? What kind of takes precedent over something else? So we'll be working through that together as well. Then meetings. Yep, we already saw that piece. You can go ahead and just click all of those right now, Alex. So you start at the very top of that. You're going to hear a lot of data next from Alex. So we look at all of those things up there in green as he puts together the forecast. You'll read about it if you want to take time before we meet again, read through that full report. You'll see all of those pieces were included. And then we get into some scenario modeling. So we've created a scenario for you to start with. We call it the springboard scenario. So you'll see that today. And it's a way to kind of get at, this is something that could be in consideration. Now, I don't know if it's ever happened where the springboard has ultimately been the solution. Yeah, I don't think so. We've always come up with a lot of different scenarios, right? We've never come back to the springboard being the solution. So the springboard is the springboard. We really want that to be something to prompt your thoughts, help you see that, hey, it's something that could be done. This one looks okay. Yeah, it could work, but we also need to change it, right? And then we can come with some other scenarios from this group. So we get that consensus idea. So the way this will work is we'll come to some consensus by the end of our meeting on Friday as to what one scenario that we want to bring forward to the community the next week to get input on. Okay, so that's our task for this week. Come up with a scenario that we think we want to get some input on from the community. We may think, some of you in the room will think, this is it, this is the one we want, this is it, right? Others will think, this is right where I want it to be. I might do something a little bit different. But we want something a little bit unpolished because we want to hear from the community as to what they like about it and what they don't like about it. Because then we'll take that information back that next week we're together and we'll do some iterations of that scenario using that community input, trying to make it better before we get to the recommendation.
The singular thing we're bringing forward.
Yeah, the goal is to bring forward a singular recommendation. I'll speak to that a little bit since you asked the question. Thank you for that. Yeah, we've had projects in the past where districts want us to bring forward more than one scenario. And we always have a little bit of an issue with that. We do it if that's really what they want to do. But as soon as you start bringing more than one scenario to the community, let's say you bring two scenarios, the community thinks that, oh, this is the solution or this is the solution. They've already made a determination in their mind that one of these is the final answer. We don't want them to think that. Okay. Because ultimately, even if we did bring two together, usually the final there's always something maybe that's combined or takes elements from each, right? Or it could be something totally different based on the community input. So we like to bring forward one because then people can tell us what they like, what they don't like, instead of thinking, oh, this is the answer. Does that make sense? Yeah, we've had a lot of success, I think, in the mind of the community when we bring forward one scenario over to that open house. So when you community feedback, there'll be some surveys that we'll ask for folks in person. We'll have this up online, same survey folks will take to give us their input that way as well. You'll get input as task force members from people directly who come to the open house. So we'll keep all of that information and bring it back to our next meeting on the 3rd meeting. The idea is to always be transparent. So the district has a page set up. We'll be putting all of the things, all these presentations that we talk about in here. There'll be a place for people to take a look at all the different scenarios that this group develops as a scenario that we talk about. And then we'll definitely have the forecast information up there, input where people can give input, the survey where they can go for it next week. And then the whole circle starts again, right? So we take that information back and we're back up to the green again, trying to make a better scenario. So that's how this works. So I'll pause here. I'll have you look at these questions. I'd like for everybody, we'll go around the ring again. And think about these three questions and I'd like you to respond to them. So what does successful participation look like for you? Push people to something bigger. And then number two, what's a question or concern you have about the process? And number three, what's a strength of yours we can count on? From you?
I'll start.
Oh, perfect.
So I love what you were saying. Like, I was thinking those earlier, basically he's kind of said what I was thinking. So the way I'm understanding it, what I think I see my role in it is the spring board is taking quantitative data, different board proposal and qualitative data here today. The spring board will be present on Friday, then gather more qualitative data to move forward there. So I think, I can help facilitate that. To use the data and inform decision to both quantitative and quantitative data. That's a strength that I have. I don't have any concerns. I think there are a lot of really great people here who want a best outcome. And I think that we have like some really great professionals. And a strength I think that I have is just, I don't know, being as helpful as everyone else. I think we all have the same strength. I also wanted to point out and take a point to appreciate the word feisty. Being feisty is good. I think we didn't have parents showing number two. We didn't feisty. It means that we care and passionate. So I want to just come at feisty as a lens of a positive for everybody.
Thank you, Persis. Appreciate you leaving it off. Who's next?
Yeah. I guess in some successful participation, I just hope that I can help contribute to, creating something that really makes sense going forward. And that's really what I'm here, and because I have a big investment in opting out having a first grader and a kindergarten, in a couple of years. But the concern actually is just from a couple of slides ago that you have is you mentioned that we're not changing middle school boundaries at all. And I would wonder if we couldn't open that possibility a little bit, because at least the neighborhood that we live in at the top of the Barrel Drive is in a weird pocket where, last I checked, because the choices changed, we're now automatically assigned to Eaton Creek Middle School, which is on the other side of the city from us. Whereas I could block my kid to Rosemont. And so I'm not suggesting that major changes are needed, but I wonder if that possibility can be a little bit.
Yeah, we'll definitely log that question. I'm sure they'll come on this restart.
Strength of mind exhibit. So I work for the city of Portland as a traffic engineer, so I think I have a lot of experience in sort of planning this stuff, and I really like, there's a lot of elevation in Westland, and as much as we can, I'd really love to encourage more possibilities of families being able to walk and bike to school. And so I hope that we can factor that into some changes to make. That's my guy. I grew up in Weston, and back then there was hardly any population on top of the hill, but now it's kind of, that's 50-50 of this huge 500-foot elevation change thing, and a little separation. Thanks, buddy. Says.
Be respectful of each other, obviously. I keep the emotions. I know it's not something, but like try to keep that like more calm, respectful of each other. I think kind of my question or concern, which I kind of brought up earlier, is are we bound to what was laid out in the email already? Like, we're not doing this, this, and this. Is it a possibility to look at it broader? And strength, I'm a numbers person, I'm an accountant, I spent many years auditing and in the finance world, so numbers, I love this with the numbers, all this stuff. So, a more logical mindset on things like that too. I think being a successful participant is keeping in mind, like, yes, it's, you're very familiar with your school and what your school might need, but looking at the bigger picture. Last year I got to go to the Lawn Summit and I remember coming in and being like, sees all these things, my mother, and I was like, oh, wow, these lists are really big, and just realizing there's need and different needs, and each community has a different makeup, and so there are many different things. My one question is, currently, Wilsonville has 2 title schools, and I'm curious is, what's the, like, this broad fund need to have parts of that population to also be a title school, or are we keeping it at 2 title schools? Because that demographic makeup changes things. And then I think a strength of mine is I'm just really detail oriented. So like I read this last night and I've been working on it. So
And what's your?
I'm Alex. Alex.
Okay, great. Thanks, Alex. Who's next?
So, I think for me, successful participation is a lot of listening, and then also just having time to share my thinking on it too. Something that I'm concerned about is just, we're a representative group, and so just making sure that we are able to represent everyone, and that everyone who's not in this room feels represented. And I'm also concerned about who's not in the room, and like, are we making sure that we're considering voices as well? And then I think one strength I think that I'm going to bring to this is just that I've worked in Wilsonville at Lowry, and I've also worked in West Linn, and so just being able to take the perspective of like both communities. So that's something that I can bring to the table.
Thanks.
Madeline, and successful decision for me looks like, within my community, my neighborhood, but then also just within our school area, greater school area, being able to understand the concerns that people have and the interests that people have, and be able to communicate that effectively to this group and within the context of all the other schools in the district, and understanding that we need to work together to come up with a solution that's to the school, all of the schools. One, I don't know if I have this question or concern specifically about this process, but I think that just overall, the way that all of this has gone, I'll tie in number 3 with this. I work in marketing communications and I have a master's in communications. So I am a big believer in the power of persuasion and communicating what vision looks like for outcomes. And so I hope that we can put out information that is going to be helpful for parents who are feeling uncertain and concerned and have worries about the school district. One of my biggest concerns is, kind of increasing, I guess, decline in enrollment that is within our own neighborhoods where people are choosing not to go to the schools. I believe that's an area that we as a community can impact, and part of what I hope will come out of this process is the stability and people want really put about the school district, and being able to carry that knowledge to the rest of the community and show them like this is a great school district, this is why we all buy houses here, and this is why we're all doing this.
Thanks.
I think part of it is successful participant is creating relationships amongst each other and to have that connection. Like, hey, you live all the way on this side of West Linn, and I live over here in Wilsonville, and we know each other, and that is also building those relationships with people around us in our own neighborhoods, being able to connect across the pond, that type of thing, and being able to to introduce and make introductions, and I think that kind of starts here. One of my big concerns about this, I'm our PTA treasurer, and one of the big concerns for me is having equitable household contributing engines. I think the PTA is a really big deal for all of our schools. And
there's a lot that goes into that, and as far as, you know, household incomes and everything else, and being able to have families that are able to participate more and to have value. And I think that that should be a big concern for all of us, and making sure that that is distributed even. And I know that that has been something that's been shared a lot within my community. So, and then one of the strengths I have, I actually am a bartender. And I work right in this weird little pocket Beaverton where it's walking distance to 4 elementary schools. And so you get the whole neighborhood. So when Mountainside was open and a little high school, and Beaverton High School, and all the boundary lines were coming together, I get the entire neighborhood. And so I use that in a lot, you know, hear everything. So I bring in a different perspective of having these high intense conversations and hearing them and hearing people's concern. And I'm sure they're going to be the exact same type of concerns across the board.
Yeah, thanks, Paul.
Andrew, don't you want to?
Yes.
So, first participation for me would be being able to openly communicate and opinions to properly explain how we feel about the process. My strength is the ground engineering, so I'll say that for looking more in detail into that. And related to that, my question of concern is to make sure that every aspect of potential source of children enrollment has been analyzed. For example, it takes longer to develop housing than it takes for a group of people to move into the area if the financial situation changes, mortgage rates and stuff like that. So only one pocket of areas where there is kind of 5,000 for that reference, put it up, well, that
Next, I think successful participation is just being open-minded and realizing your own biases and versatiles and how that might influence our decisions to create this framework for our community. I don't really have any concerns or questions. We just need to get into the process and get our answered. I'd say a strength that I might be able to bring to the table is I'm the chief investment officer for a wealth management firm. My industry is like very emotionally charged, and the way I operate is like very technocratically. So I'm just thinking like this process, as qualitative as we want it to be, qualitative factors are they shift a lot. There's a lot of volatility in qualitative factors. If you can create some sort of framework that is sustainable, predictable, and consistent, that future members can come back to and say, hey, this group in 2026 built this framework. Let's use this philosophy and foundation to help us guide our decisions in the future, because then we can start building benchmarks year over year as we start to look at how the decisions we make today impacted 27, 28, 30, 35, 40. So I hope that we spend enough time pulling together all this information and data and kind of approach it from more of a technocratic perspective to create a really robust foundation for future decision makers.
Folks left.
Successful participation, I think just the norms of participation would be shared, like really holding those true, holding each other accountable for those as we move forward. But also, we all will come in with a real kind of zoomed in idea of the role we bring to this work. So being able to kind of zoom in at times, but also zoom out for the betterment of the district and not get stuck in one or the other. I also, my biggest question is around communication. If this all goes well and the process really unfolds and we feel like we did have a lot of successful participation and we've got a model that we want to put out there, that we can communicate and, for lack of better terms, market it in the right way for people to, we do it in a way which builds trust within the community, and that we are looking for ways to poke holes in our process. So just really being cognizant of that. One strength I think I can bring is I do a pretty good job of suspending a final decision in my own mind without being like falling in love with the first idea. So being able to, as data unfolds, if we are all bringing our own perspective and understanding to the work, just being flexible to the possibilities.
Derek and Chris.
Go for it, Chris. Okay. Successful participation to me looks like just working with a group of professionals and parents that care about the district and coming up with a logical solution to the problem we have here. Concern about the process, the way the rules are laid out, it looks like there's already a plan and we're just nipping around the edges, dealing with tiny little changes, dealing with Mike and yeah, sorry. So that seems like a very limiting factor. The rules are set to, or what I'm worried about is the rules are set to come up with a specific answer that's already, more or less set in stone. And then strength, I'm a data nerd. I love math. It's like some, and I just see this as a big math problem with an overlayer of emotion for everyone.
That's a what's on film. Oh.
As far as successful participation, I feel like very open-minded, and very good listener, very good observer. One of the things I've kind of heard in regards to what we're all hoping for is an equitable outcome for our families. So one question that I have is around, what does that actually look like? So what does that look like for our families? What's the side and what's inside? We need clarity on that as a group. And then as far as a strength, kind of similar to what Mary Ann was sharing about her experience, I think working throughout the district, there's teacher Willamette, instructional coordinator at Boone's Ferry, and principal of Bolton. So I feel like I have a good perspective of a lot of our families in this area. So we've been in the district for a little while, and some things to think about. And as a principal, we spend a lot of our time looking at data as well. So that's another strength.
Great, thanks everybody. I appreciate people being open and wanting to share. So yes. Sure. You made me talk.
Introduce yourself and just your history in the district.
Okay, I'm Dan Shoemaker. I am on the school board. I was born in West Atlanta, lived most of my life in this. I have two wonderful daughters who are 38 and 35 now, who went through our schools and are graduates. I was a math teacher for most of my career, a little over 20 years. And then I became an administrator. I finished as a principal of Linn-Wilsonville. So I have history from 60 and on in this district. I love my community and I love our schools. And because I was a math teacher, I tend to look at things a little bit from the same kind of data perspective. At the same time, I really appreciate that these are people's lives. And it is to me more than a math problem. And I'm also aware that that as we solve math problems, in the real world, we have to be aware of more than just verbalizing. So I think one of the things that's most challenging in board work is the communication piece. It's certainly really challenging as principal of the world, right? I'm getting that the house at the speech. So I really appreciate that we have people with marketing expertise here. Because I think it's really important not only that this group legitimately feel like this was a process. They felt good that this group can get people who speak freely and say, yeah, it was a legitimate process. And to the degree it doesn't feel like that, I really hope someone like Chris will step up and say, this doesn't feel that voice should be heard. The point, someone feels like, I feel like they're pushing me to something, then we should be pushing it. So part of the success, my definition of success, as someone who's not there participating in one of my definitions of success is that all the voices here are heard and people don't stop until they feel like they have. I won't be here the whole time. I have a wonderful anniversary this week. And we can, I'm only here part of the day, and I'll be back until Friday. Then Friday afternoon. But mostly I'm here to observe and I just want to see the process. And see. That's very good. Thank you.
All right, I'll stand up, take a little stretch again, and get a few, forecasts. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. I'm gonna pass over to Alex. He's gonna go through some of the highlights of the forecast. As you're listening to this, I would just say that, I think I said this earlier, so this phenomenon of enrollment decline is happening everywhere. It's happening on the East Coast, there's been some Midwest, happening there, it's happening South, it's happening everywhere. Now, there's pockets, certainly, there's certain communities, and certain states where it's increasing. Colorado, a position we worked with a couple of years ago, everything's declining wrong. Now, there's some reasons for that, and you'll see that, and also talking about that. But then there's also that idea, and I think someone mentioned in the stream too, is how do we look beyond that? And are there going to be some times where you're going to have more growth in terms of housing? And could that turn the tide? Well, unfortunately, what we're seeing even with that is that the share of students that have that new housing is increasing also over time. And that's happened over the last 7 to 8 years as well. So even though the community might be saying, hey, we got all these houses coming, we got to prepare for that. Those houses really aren't bringing kids because of the time involved. So we're seeing that piece too. So we have to kind of keep that in mind as you hear this day and as we talk together. That you may know some housing complexes that are going to be going in, and you have realtors and friends, that sort of thing. Bring that information forward as we talk, and then we'll see if we can kind of segment out how many kids that might possibly bring based on the forecast stuff.
Yeah, all right, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Want me to run that for you? Or I don't, if it's okay, I'll stay seated, I just run it, because I might use the little, pointer, so I can put in like some particular values and things like that. So what I'm gonna go through here in the slides, it's kind of an overview of what you have in the report in your package. So on that note, I guess, quick show of hands, how many people have either read it or are a little familiar with it? Okay, great. That's really kind of like a look. So what I have here today in the PowerPoint is more focused on enrollment. But if you saw in the report, the narrative that we usually tell starts with factors before, in my mind, before enrollment, when we're thinking about total population change, total fertility rates, the number of births in the district, housing and residential development. Those things all contribute to why there is growing or declining enrollment. And we can go back to those tables and charts if we want to and dive into some of the details. But just for time-wise, it's 11 right now. We're planning on breaking for lunch around 11:30, 11:35. So I'll try to get through this material, and if we want to come back to questions, we can. So this first slide I'm showing here, this is historical enrollment by grade. I associated the figures in the report, so this is number 9, and just a reminder for everybody, this is October head count that we use. It's the stable numbers that we use for all our enrollment forecasts. If you went to the Oregon Department of Education website, that's their full membership enrollment as well. So we're looking at enrollment here from 2017 to 2025. The colors here, we have orange, that's the largest cohort for a particular grade. And then the blue is the smallest cohort for a particular grade. And probably not surprising to you guys, there's been declining enrollment. So for this period of time, most of those largest cohorts have been pre-COVID, or you have an example like 5th grade that started out as a large 5th grade class of 804, and see how it's moved through the grades and actually gained some enrollment. We'll get to that concept later of grade progression ratios if you aren't familiar. So just kind of setting the stage of understanding that we're going from district-wide enrollment of just under 10,000 in 2017. Obviously, COVID kept a lot of students from showing up, down to 9,200. And then there's been continued decline to where we're at today as of October of 2025, 8,600. So a loss of about 1,300 in that time span. And I'm also all right with questions during this presentation. Just shout out, we can.
This current 6th grade class was the class that started kindergarten during COVID, for like perspective of where we're at. the current sixth graders are the ones that were in kindergarten during COVID years. Kind of like that kind of helps me a little bit like when COVID hit for what grades that we're currently at this year.
The same chart, just broken down by school. So as you can see, a lot of the primary schools have their lowest enrollment in 2025. Not much else to say here. We can look at the forecasts in a bit. Want to talk about transfer rates and trying to understand, not just the perspective of enrollment, but where kids live and where they end up attending school. Because there is some, as you know, reasons for transferring around within the district, but also students coming from outside the district. So this overview table on figure 11 just shows how total enrollment of 8,600 is broken down into the major component, of course, students that live in the district. That's about 200. They're in that second column. But then you also have 459 students that come from out of the district. If I recall correctly, looking at this over time, that is not a really high proportion, but it is comparatively when I'm thinking about other districts we work with. So just kind of signaling like Linn-Wilsonville has been a district that attracts neighboring student population. It's just speaks well for the district. That's pretty much held constant. There has been policy change over time of how many of those students can come in for right now. So it's sitting at about 460. Intra-district transfers, what I mean by that are students that live in an attendance area but end up being enrolled at a different school. So there's about 1,200 of those across the 13 grades. And then at the right, you can see those in percentage. So we have, 5.3% living outside the district boundary, and then about 15% of students transfer into a school that is not their neighborhood school based on the attendance area.
Do you have the numbers for people who live in district who transfer to different districts?
We do not. Yeah.
Are those numbers pretty consistent year over year?
Yes, and I have a chart that I can come back to later that shows the intra-district transfer rate over time. And I could also pull up the numbers for the out-of-district enrollment over time, so you can see that. Yeah, but off the top of my head, fairly consistent intra-district transfer rates.
What is the definition of transferring out of the district? Does that mean that like the funds were released and they're going to a different school district from Westland? Like, I know we don't have those numbers, but like, what is that? How do we define if people are transferring out?
Sure. The district staff might be able to explain that a little bit better, but I'll just say the reason we don't have that, of course, is because we're working directly with the student data that's supplied to us from Linn-Wilsonville. So knowing where the students end up going is not something we'll have access to. I think sometimes districts can help track for a little while after the movement has been made, but of course we don't kind of have the universe of all Oregon districts or even, people leave the state.
It gets hard and complicated to get some of that data. If a student requests a transfer to another school district in Oregon, public school district, then that school district has to accept, and we have to give permission to leave. When that happens, then the funding goes with the student and also the files. So we can keep really good track of those processes. It's when families say we're leaving and we think we're going to go to a private school. Right. Private schools are not obligated to give us any information. Sometimes they request the students in file, sometimes they don't.
But if they're going to another public school,
if they're going to another public school or public charter school, and that school wants the funding, then we can track that. So that's a lot easier, but it's homeschooling and private schooling and some of those things where we left and after then we even moved out of the district, we just don't.
Right, and I don't know that there would be a way to gather that data, other than like survey and who's gonna fund that, but I'm curious about the transferring out, because that does seem like something we could actually extrapolate some.
Yeah, so the board just last night, every year they have to make an approved decision of how many releases and give permission to, in order for the funding to go. So over the last, I think 4 or 5 years, they've given permission 20 releases. Okay. We actually release seniors. with those that aren't counted as part of the 20. So for example, if a family moved in and their child's going to be a senior, we want them to finish. And it's, it's often dependent on transcripts and colleges. And so we don't count seniors as part of the 20, but juniors on down, they have to request. And so then there's a lottery for those 20.
Okay, so it's no, it's like,
Some families still leave and can go to a public school if that public school is, charges tuition.
Right.
So some school districts do charge tuition to come. They try to recoup that state money. We don't do that. And so not every school district takes advantage of that. Thank you.
So on the whole, historical, grew up my grades, I think about the COVID kindergartner, now 6th graders. Kindergartners in 2020, 2021, there was 529 of them, for example, but then now 6th graders at 677. So that actually was an increase. Is am I looking at that correctly? Like we started those kids right there are right, and they're now in 6th grade, and they're at 677. So they've gone from 529 to 677. Is that worse? Is that correctly?
They're now in 5th grade.
Oh, this is back 1 year.
But well, this is October 2020.
Sure, got it, okay.
Yep. So kindergarten.
Kindergarten for this year, got it, okay.
Yeah.
That's how, but it has increased though, if you look at it.
Oh, yeah, and we will,
Okay.
one of the charts I'll show is grade progression ratios, and for you guys, I'll just mention it, but we can revisit the concept, it's looking at how a cohort changes in size from one grade to the next. If you have values that are over 1, it's because there's students being added. And for Linn-Wilsonville, a lot of the grade progression ratios are over 1, and things that contribute to that are in-migration, new housing, things like that. People are coming into the district, adding students incrementally to each grade, which does help sustain enrollment in some respect, but as we'll see when we look at births and kindergarten, when we're starting out with a lower amount of kindergartners now, comparatively the last 5-10 years, that's where we're starting to see enrollment decline, even though the grade progression ratios are staying above 1. And, some students will be added to those cohorts as they move through. It's just not enough to overcome starting at such a low base.
I think it's more of a movement, it's expensive to move in here, right?
Yeah.
So if young families really may not be able to afford financially to come in, very expensive. But okay, I'm going for another understanding, kind of looking like grade progression. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I was just curious on intra district transfers, does that include immersion students or is that separate from immersion students?
It includes that.
That's
Yeah, for instance, like the Chinese immersion program, we'll see like on the next slide I'm gonna show, we can track those. So what we receive behind the scenes in the district is the student residences. So using the geographic information software, geocoding their residences, and that's how we understand where students live, where they end up attending school. So that's a good segue into this table. We call it a residence attendance matrix. And I'll go through, Bolton's a good example. So if we look at Bolton Road here, that's Bolton's attendance area. We have a residence count of 208 students, K-5, living in Bolton's attendance area. And then if we move across the row, 151 of those students actually attend Bolton. And if we look farther across at the other columns, that means, 2 end up being enrolled at 0, etc. And then at the very last 3 columns here, capture rate means that's how many, 151 Bolton students out of the 208 that live there, 72%. That leads over, if we add up all the kids that transfer out of the attendance area, that's 57 students, or a transfer out rate of 27.4. Now, if we flip the perspective and look down the column for Bolton, we know that same 151 are attending there, but then Bolton's receiving kids from other areas in the district. And that number of transfer students, 59 total, that's how many kids are coming, Trillium, Willamette, but also 24 students from outside the district boundary amongst the 59 transfer in students. That is including the Chinese immersion program students.
But 57 transfer out, that would be for district, homeschool,
private school, they're just not attending.
These are, sorry, yeah, thanks for that clarification. These are students that attend West Linn-Wilsonville. So there might be more students that live in Bolton, but end up transferring, to Oregon City or go to private school like charter school, but we don't have that in the student universe, so to speak.
Great, I'm just gonna be Queensberry. There's 108 that are not going to Queensberry that go to Lowry.
Yeah.
Do we know if that's your Spanish conversion? Do we know if that's like Lowry had a boundary change and shrunk down? And so I'm just curious how that factors into how you, because like, if the boundary shrunk, a lot of families kind of often stay at Lowry, but as those kids grow up and things change, those families, there won't be many families like grandfathered in. Is that factored into how you?
Yes, how we get their forecast. Yeah, so I won't get into the full details of the slideshow, but when we're preparing enrollment forecast, the general way we do it is looking at K through 12. Sorry, I don't know if that's. So we're preparing the district-wide forecast first. That we call that a middle scenario, and then you'll see in the packet we have a chart that shows low and a high scenario at the district wide. Once we have that middle, which we think is what's actually going to happen, we get the most analysis into, then we prepare school forecast. And when we're doing the school forecast, we're not just looking at district wide trends of grade progression ratios, we're looking at all those factors at the school level. And because we have the information on where students live and where they attend, we can separate out the components of school enrollment into students that live in the attendance area and end up enrolling at that school. And then the component of non-residents that are coming from other places. And when we look at that, that helps us understand the immersion programs and see how stable they are or are not. But typically with programs like that, they attract kids from around the district. Programs like that usually have, a cap or set amount of teachers. So we see some stability there, and then we're able to forecast those components separately and then add them essentially together to form a school's enrollment. So that helps us when we do get to this point of having to do boundary modeling. I'll mention it again later, but when we're consolidating Bolton and Stafford and understanding that the Chinese immersion program is moving and then go to Willamette, we needed to know that piece and make sure that those students end up at Willamette and not just being sent back to the schools that they're coming from, because we know that the program is moving to another location. So we control for that.
Is the K-5 enrollment decay more significant or less significant relative to other districts?
Good question. I can follow up with that at the lunch. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, you've noticed, where the immersion programs are, as you see that big pocket. What also happens is families will say, my kindergartner got in the program. My first grader didn't, but I don't want them in two separate schools. Can I transfer my first grader over so they're attending the same school? So siblings also often come, not every family, but there is sometimes a higher interest with that. So that's the thing that's really challenging is, who's moving and why. Everybody's got a very legitimate story, and sometimes it's about putting kids together. So that number reflects kids coming into the program, but maybe also a few siblings to keep the family together.
Is there a table that kind of outlines? I know you can answer this specific, but like this many are because of Spanish words, this many are because of the boundary, like their grandfather is the boundary or affected by the.
Not in the report that Alex gave, but we have in our own database. We know you live here, but you're coming here, and then we can see if they're enrolled in a program. We track that data. Yeah.
I don't have in the report it's on there, but to do the modeling, I just mentioned the movement of the Chinese immersion, that 59 number that goes to Bolton. I requested this yesterday from the district student information staff, and I think the number was about 32 or 33 of that 59 is for the Chinese immersion program. But I don't have the numbers on that.
Another question.
Oh, yeah.
So for students that transfer to a different school in the district, whether it be through the immersion program or sibling, they're not given bus service, right?
Correct.
Part of the development.
Correct.
Does immersion get bus service or?
That's what
Okay.
you were asking about.
Including immersion.
Yeah, so we bus to neighborhood schools where you reside. That's the first, layer. And even the state will say it has to be outside of what's called walking boundaries. You might get into that as you get to maps as well, because you'll want to move things around. We'll use the term, this is in the walking zone, this now requires a bus, or this is where you're by law required to do a bus. Once we get into those bus routes, then what we do say to families is, if you can get on a bus, you can ride it. So there's that provision. So sometimes the story gets told, I got a bus. Really, they were getting on an existing route, so it's confusing. With our dual language programs, we did right up front share with parents that that's an option. And so we can't provide busing door to door to everybody. But if they can get to an existing route, they could certainly ride it. What tends to happen then is people see a bus going right by, going there, and then they'll say, could that bus stop, closer? Once we've gotten all the bus routes established, if there is a bus that has, that's not full and that hasn't reached that max of 45 minutes, and we can add one more stop that doesn't create then another route. We're not making a door-to-door service, but for example, we will stop at that one corner. If you can get to that corner, you're welcome to ride that bus. So after all the routes are made, we do sometimes have families call in and say, we transferred our kid. We know there's no busing. We see a bus kind of going. Could you make another stop? And Jeremy can tell you a lot of examples where we've said, as long as it doesn't create another bus route or overextend 45 minutes or impact the bus, we're going that way, we'll be happy to do that. Sometimes in doing that, a story gets created that people got busing when it really wasn't that, but that's kind of general.
Question?
Sorry. The resident count, so I can see like that goes across of where everybody's going. So if you go over to a way across, you can see they're all there. But there's potential higher than that. I feel like people are actually in it. But really, could there be there's 300 in both the area, potential for that school, but they're in private school or elsewhere.
Correct.
Okay.
There are 208 students enrolled in Western Linn-Wilsonville that live in Bolton. There could be students that live there, but
Higher number.
yes.
Okay. So looking at this, and this might be more detailed than this, thinking potential boundaries, but there's 50 additional age kindergarten students in that area that haven't entered the school yet. I guess kind of potential enrollments for those areas. I guess that's factored into your guys' big pictures.
Right. I think we'll get it to the next slide with births and kind of how we get for that. Yeah. Any other questions before I move on? Births and kindergarten? No, I could spend a half an hour just on this chart alone, so I'll try to keep it to a minimum, but it is an important one to kind of really frame how we're getting to declining enrollment in the district overall. So predicting kindergarten is the hardest grade to predict because for other grades, there's somewhat consistency in grade progression ratios, and you have your starting point, and you know that each time the first grade cohort enters second grade, and they almost year after year gain 5 students each year, we can be kind of consistent like that. And a lot of districts, especially smaller districts in Oregon, they can do their own projections that way, just rolling those cohorts forward. But kindergarten is problematic because it's loosely a relationship with how many births there are in the district. So we have a data filtering agreement with Oregon Health Authority to purchase and analyze their birth data that's happening within the school district itself. So these are, and I don't mean that by the birth literally happened. It could be a mother that went across into Portland Hospital and had their child. It's the woman's address is in West Wilsonville. So these are births that occurred in the district to residents of the district, and we know their age and the month of birth. And the month is really important because what we have in the top line is the births aligned with the kindergarten cohorts. So if we look at this first cell, these are births that happened from September 2011 to August 2012. And they align with the kindergarten cohort from 2017, 5 years later. So if we look at this example of 455 births, that turned into 657 kindergartners 5 years later. And in mathematical terms, we call that a ratio to births or a K to birth ratio. That's 1.44. So any number above 1, it's because there's more kindergartners than there were to the district residents 5 years prior. And I could, during the break, pull up a couple other numbers for comparison, but I just will tell you, Linn-Wilsonville numbers being considerably over 1 is not common across Oregon. Is thinking about geography and where people are living when they were thinking about having kids, and then for you guys, that's Portland, younger folks not having children, they live in apartments, they're thinking I want to start a family. They have that, they moved to Linn-Wilsonville maybe after they had their child, and they're able to afford a house to start their family. So that's where we get those numbers being above 1. In the report, we talked about how that K to birth ratio is a combination of a few factors that are hard to parse out and assign the proportion to, but getting people moving here, there's in-migration, so that's getting that number above 1. And then counter to that, though, we have factors like electing to go to private or charter school that could bring that number below 1. So if I just step back to thinking about births for you guys, you can see the shade of color there is how high or low the number is. So lighter shades, smaller birth cohorts, darker blues are the larger ones. It's kind of, up and down. You can see it in the graph too. There's been up and down years for births to district residents. But if we looked at averages, which are quoted in the report, you can kind of see that since 2021, we've had some pretty small birth cohorts, and it's been a little more consistent, even though 2023, 24 ended up being a pretty high year at 488. Behind the scenes, thinking about births, I talked about how we get that information and we know the age of mothers. So we're breaking that down into 5-year age groups and associating that with census data on population by 5-year age groups and women of childbearing age so that we can project how many of those individuals they're going to be in the future. And also understanding a concept called total fertility rate. You might have heard this in the news. We talk about like replacement rate should be at 2.1 children per mother. And the United States used to be at that level. Can you compare ourselves to China or Japan? So they were below replacement rate, that total fertility rate or TFR. But the United States is actually now below 2. I think the number recent estimates are 1.6. So that's 1.6 over the lifetime of a mother having 1.6 children. In Oregon, statewide, the number is roughly 1.45. And Linn-Wilsonville is on track with that. So if we're looking at census data over time from 2000 to 2020 and having the 3 censuses there, we're seeing the total fertility rate go down statewide, but also for Linn-Wilsonville. So when we're seeing fewer women of childbearing age, that's where we're helping produce our birth forecast. And you might ask then, why are these numbers going up slightly? And it's because there is still population growth happening in the district, although there's just fewer women of childbearing age. So looking at the variation there has been in recent past, and assuming that that total fertility rate starts to not decline as much as it has in the last 10 years, that's where we get a slightly higher number of births in the next 5 years. But we're still not seeing quite the size of those birth cohorts that we were back in 2014 through 2017. And then importantly, thinking about how those births turn into kindergartners. So if you look before COVID, we have numbers that are much higher than 1.44, 1.36. And this is common between almost all the districts that I've worked with in Oregon and Washington is COVID hit in 2020. Of course, that year was affected. And fewer kindergartners showed up than there were births. Actually, sorry, for you guys, you still had kindergartners just slightly higher. For a lot of districts, this number was below 1. But you can see how that number was lower than previous years. When we were preparing forecasts in 2021 and not quite, knowing what is the longer term impact of COVID going to be, we were thinking that, 1 2 years, there might be some low ratios here, but then things would turn back to normal and maybe get back to, pre-COVID average. That has not been the case. Now that we're in 2025 and we can look at the historical record since COVID for West Linn-Wilsonville as well as other districts, we're not seeing that K to birth ratio return to pre-COVID levels. And that's like I said, a combination of factors. You guys are still having in-migration. You see housing development, but there's fewer children being born to the people moving into that housing. And there's also choice in where you enroll your student, whether that's homeschool or private school. So fortunately for West Linn-Wilsonville, those numbers are still above 1, because a lot of the districts we're working with, they're not having as many kindergartners show up as there were births. So that's accelerating. And to your point, I don't have the numbers, but a lot of K through 5 enrollments actually accelerating the decline in other districts because they don't have as many kindergartners showing up. So looking ahead then at forecasting the K to birth ratio, you can see how over the past couple of years, it's been 1.10, 1.03. Looking ahead and adjusting for the births 5 years prior, that's where we have a ratio that doesn't return to pre-COVID levels, but rather just is close to the average of the last 3 to 5 years, excluding the low point of 2022. So I know that's a lot of information. I'll pause there, see if you guys have any questions. Yes.
How historically, how accurate have your forecasts been? So the since I'm asking, like you guys all can forecast stuff out and you go back to compare to actual.
Right.
And so many factors are coming into it, but you'll be predictive and all these things. But yeah, historically, how accurate are your forecasts?
Yeah. And I can pull up a figure for West Linn-Wilsonville specifically, but our goal for district-wide forecast when we're 1 or 2 years out, so say we produce forecasts like we just did, base year is October 2025 enrollment. When we get to October this year, we'll assess what we want that 1 year or 2 year forecast to be less than 1% error. And then, of course, as time goes on, we can get off track a bit and that our expectations of accuracy decline a little bit, but that's what we're hoping for district-wide. And for West Linn-Wilsonville, I don't remember the exact percentage, but I'll pull it up during lunch. I will say when we prepared the enrollment forecast using October 2023 data, we had the decline projected, especially for the next 5 years. That came to pass, and actually the actual enrollment in 2025 was slightly lower than our low scenario. So the decline was actually a little more accelerated than we had thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might get this wrong, but you mentioned something about how previously there had been some thought that maybe at like 2028, 2029, there would be some stable or growth scenarios at one point. I specifically mentioned 2028, 2029. And I was just curious if you have identified the factors that use that 2025 report and it's just like, okay, well, the numbers are now this, which means they absolutely will not be that.
Right. So let's look at this. This kind of helps bring that you're really on track because we were projecting that ratio would be a little bit higher, and that's what helped get the kindergarten forecast to be a little bit higher with this in 2023. And then that cascaded through the remaining grades. So there could have been a potential for not decline, but rather kind of staying flat or maybe a little bit of growth in enrollment. So if we step back in time and act like we don't have these 24, 25 numbers and just look at 23, 22, you know, we see it went up and down here in those years, and then we're focused on working in 2023. We saw it bounce back up to a 1.01. And that, you know, 0.95 appeared anomalous, especially because it was lower than COVID. So when we projected the pay to birth ratios in that year, we had those numbers still not returning to pre-COVID levels, but they were higher than what we're projecting now. So having 2 years now of seeing, nope, that ratio went back down to 1.03 and only incrementally went up a bit to 1.06. We're no longer having kind of being too bullish and thinking that that could be going higher. And that's why we're keeping it closer to the most recent rates. And that's why we're seeing it only continue to just decline then instead of having potential uptick in that. Yeah.
What happens in 30, 31 for the forecast? You have a 9% drop between 516 and 70 and 37. For 30, 36, 136. Why is that?
The drop between this kindergarten and that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, if you look at the births 5 years prior, yeah, there was a lot of, there's almost 500 births. And if we use a ratio of 1.06, which we've experienced recently, that turns into 516 kindergartners. If you assume even just all the births, you know, became kindergartners, and we know there was only 425 births this last year, 24 to August of 25. That alone would indicate that kindergarten is going to go down. Yeah.
Forecast.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just said one thing, so this is kind of I guess one of the landings perspective. What else has been saying is there's several things happening, but two of the major things that people ask you, you know, when you're out in the community, hey, why are these forecasts so low? Why are they projected so low? You know, you have some information. Now, one of them is birth rates have been lowering, right? But if you look at that chart on the top line, that birth rates have been lowering since 2017-18, right? So that really wasn't a pandemic necessarily because birth rates have been lowering for a couple of years, almost 10 years now, right? 2026. Found out what did happen with COVID is people experienced a different form of education, right? Kids were at home. A lot of people experienced that working from home and kind of liked it. Or people decided to stay in that type of environment. Or businesses open for for-profit education, charter schools open. So that's kind of the other piece that did happen in COVID. So there's more options now instead of options. But I guess I want folks to understand that it isn't COVID that really started this process. That birth rate started before COVID. The birth rate decline that we've seen in our country, we've seen in countries across the world that's been around for about a decade.
So the birth rate decline plus full out of students.
Plus additional choices, right, that people are aware of. And some just sprung up because people have wanted to maintain that, right, and not go back to the traditional education. But it's not just this community, it's first letter community work of Western across the country we're seeing.
Looking at time, I think we're about ready to break for lunch, but I'll just leave you this because it reminded me of what Kent was just saying. Thinking more broadly just about total population. We're looking at 3 data points here of the 2000, 2010, and 2020 censuses. And you can see the calculated annual average growth rate. It was 1.5% for total population 2010. It was 1.9, 2010 to 2020. But when you look below the surface of total population, which is, you know, you drive around, you see more housing going in, you know that total population, especially most of those, been growing. If you look, it broken down by age group, you can see how it hasn't been for under age 5. You guys are almost stayed the same between 2010 and 2020. So just wanted to put that in perspective. That bottom line in this table is showing the share of underage 18 to total population. So back in 2000, it was 28.8%. Based on the 2020 census, we're down 24%. So even though total population has continued to grow, it's, you know, over 18 there, people having fewer kids.
Yeah, that was good.
And really lastly before lunch, I just wanted to show though, that does seem kind of doom and gloom and, you know, for West Linn-Wilsonville, but I just want to show that it's not necessarily, this is across the state. So this chart that's in you picked a few comparative districts, whether it's geography or similar size in Oregon, and just wanted to show that those proportions of the underage 18 population have been going down for most districts. So, you know, West Linn-Wilsonville still has, you know, that quote unquote second position in this chart. If you look across the decades, there's other districts that have lost more of their share of underage 18 than West Linn-Wilsonville.
I have to share a couple things. Those of you who've been around, what you probably remember about 10 years ago, Lake Oswego closed about 3 primary schools. It was before COVID, but they were starting to experience this aging community. People wanted to retire in Lake Oswego, and so houses weren't turning over, and they were noting that their kindergarten wasn't growing as rapidly as the exiting senior. So they kind of went through, I think, a little bit of what's West Linn is going through, which is different than Wilsonville. Some of those numbers they're still getting above the 1.0. These are really start to go down. More of that is contribution of Wilsonville because of development going on. Whereas West Linn is really almost, I don't know if it's like the bedroom community. You know, people really, they kind of want to stay. They've got great mortgage rates. Their kids have graduated, and they love the community. Things have kind of built up. Feel safe. They're not ready to retire. They don't want to downsize and deal with the different mortgage rates. So that's what we're hearing too, because that's kind of happening a little bit more in West Linn. In time, that will just have to change, you know, and when that happens, we don't know, but that is a phenomenon that is there. And then Alex, can you put that slide back on the ratios?
Okay.
There are these other kind of contributing factors when it comes down to inter-district transfers again, that happens. I don't know if you remember, back in 2015-16, there was a House bill in Oregon called open enrollment. And so legislators urged people that we just want to go to whatever school we want, and we don't want our district to say, no, you can't go. So they passed a legislation for about 4 years that's called open enrollment, House Bill 3681. And receiving school districts could say no, but sending school districts couldn't say no. So back to your question of how does that look in transfer? So all of a sudden in that pocket of years, you can see that gold and yellow. What years was that again? It was 2016 to then it sunsetted in 2019. Okay. And they did not renew that legislation because there was a lot of pushback then from small communities who said, we've just seen all of our families leave and we're not allowed to say no. And it's devastating our neighborhood schools. And so it was kind of this experiment, if you want to call it that, but it was all around choice. People wanted more choice. We want choice to go wherever we want to go. We saw an influx into our district. I wouldn't say it's the sole reason it was 1.44, but we did see, especially in Bolton, there was a time when 100 students at Bolton were from out of district. And so a lot of that was right across. And then when that sunsetted, we started to see districts say, we don't ever want that to happen again, so we're not going to release as many students. And especially now that enrollment is declining, you're going to see school boards who are saying, we're not going to release any students. Now, we opened 20 slots, so we're still a district that will let some families go and let the money go with. After that, we say no. But increasingly, there are districts who are saying, we're not releasing any because we're watching our enrollment decline. So it's not a big factor in here, but it is a a module and a model that Alex factors in with a percentage that does contribute. But I just want to share that some of what's happening for and the coming is people don't want to move out of where they are, but they still want to come to our schools. So that is a layer there. And I think in those golden left years there, those brighter yellow, I can't help but think we did have some of our higher out of district transfers in those years. And it actually contributed to the district feeling, the school board at the time saying, this doesn't feel right, that people are leaving your districts and coming to us and it's devastating our neighbors. And so then they stopped. Then at one point they said, we're not going to take any more transfers. Then there was a period of time where the board reacted and said, we're not even going to say yes to people coming in unless you already are here, you've got to sit there. So then we even closed transfers for a while. So it was kind of in a few of those years there. But then in 21, we opened back up. But that open enrollment law has sunsetted.
Yeah.
Now districts can't say.
On the aging population, so in our neighborhood at Skyline Ridge, so the same situation, like aging, like the house was built in the late 80s, but then it was interesting, like not this year, the year before, saw big turnover. All of a sudden, like how we're selling, we're like, great, we increased enrollment at Stafford. I think we're feeling really good. This was just like a year ago. This year, houses are hitting the market and just sitting. So it's interesting how like one year it was like, I think we added like 6 kindergartners just from like our neighborhood that year of like houses turning over. And then this year, people are listing their houses affordable for what like Westland houses and just completely sitting now. So, and I obviously can't predict the market, but it's interesting how quick that flip flopped in a year of people trying to get it.
I'm gonna take it out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think, can break for lunch.
So, if you go out the doors here and up the stairs, and just kind of leave the pack there, we've got a counter kind of like this one up there. It's got some salad, and then for you to go to your plate and come on back down. If you want to find meat, fresh air, not a lot of seating, but if you want to get a break, fresh air, or get on your phone, like family, you can do that. We're here. We're going to keep it kind of a short lunch because we'd rather get you out earlier than this long lunch. So, okay? All right. Also, in restrooms, stairs.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same things. Those are the learning. Generally, based on things work. That's what we. There's like, they don't know. So I think it's an offer more. Oh, right, because look at that. Yeah. And
So for this afternoon, we have a few more slides also to make sure that you finish all the way through the forecast, and then we'll reveal a springboard scenario that we'll take a look at. We'll explain that. We'll take that springboard and we'll go do a group discussion to measure it against the guiding principles. And then the rest of our time today will be for you working groups and see how you want to tweak that springboard. Is there anything else you'd like to see this?
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, I'll try to get through this stuff. I know there's, it's good questions to ask. So we'll try to get through this, and if we have to come back to anything, we certainly can next time. I know I have some homework to do, some things we talked about, I will return to and make sure we have some, comparisons of Linn-Wilsonville to other Oregon school districts. But just leaving off on the first, the kindergarten, just wanted to high level remind everybody. So when we're thinking about the forecast and the downward trend, one of the main reasons, because typically we're having kindergarten classes in the 600, low 600 range here pre-COVID. Now we've been in a period of, mid 500 level kindergarten classes, and then based on birth data, looking at more like kindergarten classes in the high to mid 400s, and that's going to help kind of set the perspective when we look at district-wide forecast. I already mentioned the concept of grade progression ratios. That's what we're seeing now is, for instance, how many kindergartners end up as first graders, and how does that look over time year to year? And some of the high level things to mention here, you see a lot of the blues, which are numbers below 1, meaning the cohort got smaller as it went from one grade to the next. Of course, that happened in 2019 to 20 because of COVID. All districts that I've worked with have experienced this. Another common thing you see across districts are higher than 1, and probably the largest numbers being 8 to 1. Kids are showing up as first graders. And then you also see that a lot at 8th and 9th grade because reasons why, there might be a K charter or other reasons why students want to end up at their neighborhood high school. So we see those being above 1. And then if you're concerned with numbers below 1 in the upper grades, that's the case almost everywhere because in those grades there may be moving on to classes for college credit or dropouts. So those typically have GPRs less than 1. So we see the historical numbers from 2017 through 2025, and the last 3 columns are our forecast of GPRs into the future. And we're usually start with now that we're far enough away from COVID, we're usually looking at a 3-year average. Sometimes a weighted average, sometimes we're looking at it 4 to 5 years. It depends on the district, but for you guys, start with that 3-year average and then tweak that as we look at other data points that help us come up with the GPR projection. So like I mentioned, you can see like for every grade, on average, the GPR is greater than 1, meaning there's more students added as they progress to the next grade. And then it's sometimes then hard to square with why do we see declining enrollment happening in the future? And it's because we saw how fewer births are occurring and fewer kindergartners. And I'm going to just exit the presentation real quick because I have the Excel file up of figure 21 in the report. And this is showing the middle scenario. Oh, what is it not showing on the screen? Let's see. Okay, so let me make that a little bit bigger. You have this in the package, figure 21, enrollment forecast by grade, and I just wanted to show at the bottom, I added an extra calculation here. And what I'm doing is comparing the kindergarten class of a given year, say with 539 what we're forecasting in 2026, and comparing that to the size of the outgoing 12th grade the year before. So even when you have grade progression ratios that are above 1, you're incrementally adding students. The reason we're seeing loss to the 10-year forecast is because every kindergarten class we expect in the future is going to be smaller than the outgoing 12th grade class the year before. So you can see kind of the magnitude of that in those pink numbers at the bottom. It's more, prominent right now because we have some very large 10, 11, 12 grade classes that are going to exit the system and be replaced by those smaller kindergarten cohorts. It gets a little bit better later in the 10-year forecast, but that's really the driver of K-12. So then back to the forecast themselves, that's district-wide, and just a reminder that looking at all of the parameters I'm discussing, women of childbearing age, total fertility rate, birth forecasts, kindergarten birth ratios, all those things, if we tweak them a little bit, that's how we come up with a high and low scenario with the blue and the magenta lines. We do that at the district-wide level, and then when we're preparing the school forecast, we're focused on that middle scenario. So that's what we have here in figure 23. It's the forecast for each individual school. If you look at the far right column, you see the 10-year change. Every school, except for Beckman Creek, losing enrollment in the 10-year period. For primary schools, of course, 3-year charter kind of set aside here. That's a program that we think is going to have consistent enrollment based on its history. Beckman Creek, you might wonder, you probably already know why it might be going up. It's because of residential development that has been occurring and is expected to continue in the attendance area. So that's the only one until introducing Frog Pond's attendance area that would capture some of that residential development and also might see enrollment growth over the 10-year period. That's what I have for the forecasts. So now I'm going to start just moving into thinking about how we're going to use those to model new attendance areas. So we know that we have to think about more of a neighborhood level. So what we've done before getting to this meeting is we look at the district and we discuss what neighborhood boundaries look like. You guys have been talking about, unique little pockets in the district, parts that are upslope, downslope, what does better for transportation. So we've talked to Jeremy and the transportation team. We call these areas study areas or planning areas. These are going to be the puzzle pieces that we can move around to model enrollment change in new attendance areas during the meetings. And I will say that they're not set in stone, but that's going to be for the meetings, what we're going to be using. And we do know that as we look into them a little bit more, you might say, well, why is the line, on the street center line? Why don't we put it to capture this little cul-de-sacs and that? We can make those tweaks later down the line, but for now, we're going to start with these study areas. And I have on your maps you've already seen, we've taken the October 2025 enrollment, and that's on the map. It's the first number here. You see the bottom of the legend is just so saves space on the map. Each of those pink labels, there's the study area ID that starts with 0. And then on the second line in the label, it's 2025 actual enrollment. And then there's a pipe or a vertical bar. The next value is the 2030 forecast for that study area, and then the 2035. So what that looks like, on the map is these pink pieces broken down to smaller geographies. Some of them are larger, but we'll see, if it's rural area, there's not actually a lot. So we try to keep them to a size where we feel confident about allocating the forecast from the school level down to those smaller geographies. We got too small, we would have less confidence in moving them between and actually thinking that the forecast would be accurate. So we try to keep them at kind of a certain size. What I'm showing screenshots of here is, the maps that you guys have printed, but I also have this in a web map. So we're going to be able to zoom in and look at the street level and we actually want to see. And in the web map, it also shows those numbers that I had mentioned. We're looking at October 2025 enrollment and then the 5 and 10-year projections. So once we had the forecast allocated down to the study area level, we created a couple of boundary modeling tools. Like I said, we'll have the web map that we can zoom in on. And then there's, alongside of it, an Excel-based model where we can say, I want to move study area X from Bolton to Willamette, say, and we can make that change live and actually see the numbers update. So that's what I'll be kind of coming around the tables later when we have ideas, when we want to get something that action and see what the numbers look like, we can do that. What map you guys have now printed is the current attendance area boundaries. So we're going to be obviously consolidating Bolton's. So you guys kind of know where that is, and just reacquaint everybody in Cantu is looking at this a little fresh compared to some of the. We got Bolton over here, and where is that area going to go? You know, partially to Cedar Oak, Trillium, Sunset, or Willamette, and then looking at the big yellow area of Stafford, having that, and then what maybe hasn't been mentioned, but you guys have seen in the materials is the elimination of the Beckman Stafford choice zone. So that's kind of in the red projected here. How is that going to get divvied up between Beckman Creek, Rock Pond, etc. So by the numbers here, working with Remo and others at the district, what we have on these charts, and I can always change the colors and things like this, help it see it differently for people. But what we have right here in the horizontal bars, that's the capacity of each school. And then the bars for each school is orange is 2025 enrollment, the purple is 2030 forecast, and green is 2035 forecast. So these are current conditions. And then we see, you know, some of the schools, like we know, Bolton being pretty below its capacity. And what we're going to have to do is allocate those students geographically to other attendance areas and then populate Frog Pond. I'll pause there, see if we have any questions about it. Those materials.
This year attendance?
Yep, correct.
So for example, Stafford not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I mean, the way the model is set up is like Beckman Creek Stafford choice, has its own bars here. You know, some of that 171 goes to Stafford and some of it goes to Beckman.
It's area, it's not the actual school.
Right.
Itself.
Right. Yeah.
Boone said,
Oh, sorry, yeah, this just got clipped. It's a little bit above 600. It's much higher than that. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's somewhere in the realm of 650 to 700. Yeah. Sorry about that. I just clipped it for the PowerPoint. Yeah. I don't have it right now, but I can. Yeah.
Trying to dim the lights, so you can see the numbers a little better. Yeah, that helped.
We can have it for the next meeting.
Yeah.
What Collins is showing too is, then as we do the work and we move this area, what happens to the orange bar and the purple bar?
Yeah, so what we're going to want to think of is, you know, a lot of these we saw in the table, and this is just another perspective, is we know district-wide in K-5, enrollment is going to be going down. So a lot of these bars you see are trending downwards because of expected enrollment decline. But when we're thinking about moving things around, we do want to consider the orange and what we do in the immediate future. But then also be thinking, you know, a lot of the, if we are bumping up near capacity in the short term, there's probably going to be enrollment decline in the future. So we just need to think about that that factor as we make the study areas between attendance areas. Okay, so Ken's already mentioned we call kind of the starting point for you guys the springboard scenario. So we were just looking at it by the numbers, thinking about where enrollment is now, where it's projected to be compared to capacities, and knowing kind of the quote unquote rules that we have to follow right now. which is, of course, consolidating Bolton, Stafford, the Beckman, Creek and Stafford Choice area, and it's going from, and for right now, not, touching middle or high school boundaries. You guys have heard this, so I won't, belabor this point anymore. A lot of these, factors that we've been talking today go into forming the springboard proposal, and then what we're gonna do is you guys have access to this information, you're learning from it, and that's gonna help us make this an iterative process to come up with more scenarios, because it's settled on one, hopefully on Friday to take for public comment. I had this inserted in here because of the thought of pausing for lunch, but we are past that, so I'm just gonna skip right over and you guys can see what we came up with for the springboard scenario. I'm gonna show it in this static map for right now, so then if you want to see more detail, I'll switch over to the web map view and we can see it a little bit. So I'll just talk through some of these.
What do we remember, what do you remember about a springboard scenario?
This is the absolute resolution right now.
It's not about manipulating something, it's like, we've got to start with something.
Go post this on the Westland Facebook page right now. This is the answer, right?
Get over by 40.
No.
Okay, so now you guys have both printed materials here. You can compare existing tenant areas to the springboard scenario. I'm gonna start off on the east side of the district in Bolton. And I'm gonna use the cursor here just to show you like the existing boundary for Bolton is right here. And what's been done in the springboard scenario is that these two study areas, 53 and 14, they got moved into Trillium, so they're now purple as part of Trillium's tenants area. We have number 15 and 13 right here. Those are getting moved into Cedar Oaks boundary. And then there's 3 remaining study areas here. 18 and 17 have student population. 16 is just kind of a geographic remnant. I don't think there's any homes there. If there are, there's very few. But right along the river there, that's moving into Willamette, those 3. That's why they're in the blue shade. Then if we look at Stafford, the large area, west of the boundary of Trillium. I'm going to start in the north here. There's one study area that's pretty densely populated. That's going to go to Green and Cedar Oak. The next one over, number 33, that's assigned to Trillium. And then there were kind of 3 here in the central portion. 40, 39, 41, those kind of feed down south into Willamette, naturally. And then we have the formation of frog ponds. So that's now the reddish magenta color. Study areas 42, 43 up in the north here. And then including all that area that was part of the Beckman Creek Stafford Choice Zone right here. Then, of course, when I turn on the web map, we can see school locations. New Frog Pond School going to be right here. Frog Pond East and further development, residential developments expected in this number 7 study area. So that's going to be going to Frog Pond. When I zoom in later, there's a small community neighborhood right across the street from Frog Pond in this 08. It was thought that might, best go right across the street to Frog Pond. That's also, things to look at. When we switch over and look at the numbers here of enrollment compared to capacity, this scenario puts Frog Pond right at capacity if we snap our fingers. And then, it leaves a little bit of room for growth in the future, but it does get it pretty close right away. So we're going to start, like Dr. Rubin was saying, with the K-5 at that school. So one thing to think about is, you have this smaller study area that's assigned to Beckman. Is there a possibility for it to go to Frog Conference? These are the type of things we want you to be thinking about when coming up.
Question.
Yeah.
So I just imagine you like I tell me some families who live like across the street, but I'm also families who are currently living in like working in very like, no, we really want to stay to finish off our career. Is there a way to, I mean, you can't look at it, but I have a feeling that would impact whether farm plants to develop to the level that we're.
Sure.
And that's always the unknown. Where do people want to go? And, so that's something that might just be an immediate thing, but over time, people will acclimate. That's why we wanted this process in January. So imagine February, people will put in transfers to stay and finish up or to move where they.
Would you consider doing a survey? We'd like, I think it's based on, or is that an area?
Yeah, our experience with surveys has been mixed. There are people who will, you know, if they're emotional, not going to fill it out, or going to fill it out, but we don't want this to happen then over time because, well, actually, my kid's fine with it because their friends are going. And so there's a lot of time between now and August. And so I don't know if survey and the number who take it, and then how they take it, what they understand, and what actually transpires is enough for this group to feel like we made a boundary decision based on that. So I think we can say we might expect some of that, maybe smaller fifth grade, but let's get it started. And then when people point to it and say, gosh, look at that really small fifth grade, they'll say, yeah, but it's not going to stay small. It will get bigger over time. So
But I think it's pretty close to, looks really good. But I understand the different pockets. Is there anything that we can, bring forward to the community saying, if you're on a boundary, there, you will be considered if you express that you want to, like, what is the policy? I know there's no choice zone anymore, it's capacity that would be pushed toward choice zone for those who are on the boundary. A bus included, even if you could jump on another bus.
yeah, I think that's part of not getting ahead of when the community reacts, right? So you're already kind of thinking, I can imagine these questions, but I think as we drill down, we start reacting to this a little bit more and do some more work, then we put for the community. I think that's when we might hear those kinds of expression. And then when you come back the following week, you might say, what are the trends of what we heard in the survey and saw? Is it really about this, or is it about I can live with this, but can I have a bus for a year or something? So sometimes we do make those kinds of concessions.
I was wondering, generally, saying like this is not set in stone, but in one mitigating circumstance.
I think we can always share the things that we've done, but I think let's work through it and see what emerges.
So study areas 42 and 43, based on this, are in the Frog Pond region, but then are routed to AP and Westland High School, correct?
That's correct.
Are there any other parcels that are impacted in that way, in that they are sent to the other area?
Yep, and I can go through the line by line details on another slide, but I can mention it right now. So what I should have mentioned, you don't see it on this slide, but in your map, the legend has the dark blue lines or the middle schools. So if we start back where I was in Bolton, all of Bolton is assigned to AP. So these two that would go to Cedar Oak, they would still be feeding AP rather than Rosemont. And these two, Trillium, moving to Trillium, would also be feeding to AP rather than Rosemont.
Okay. But they would remain in the city that the primaries. The parcels I'm talking about would be routed into Wilsonville.
Right, those are the only two.
And then back to Westland, or back to Westland for middle and high school.
Correct. Whereas over here, it'd be a chain, you'd be routed to a different middle school, but you would be back at Westland.
You would remain in that portion of the
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
What defines the boundaries to begin with? Like, how would you come up with that program?
The study areas.
Yeah.
Working a bit with Jeremy and the transportation group, and then just trying to get just, having a bit of knowledge of the area, knowing like where students naturally would kind of feed to because of the neighborhood routing and things like that. And then also just trying to keep them large enough that we can confidently say, this is what we expect the forecast of enrollment to be for those pieces so that we can keep the modeling as accurate as possible. Those are the main pieces that way.
Transportation factor into like the redesign. Springboard.
Yeah, a bit. I mean, just knowing how some of these areas, like looking along the river here, boundary here, just knowing kind of how the road network would feed into Willamette, for instance, was part of it. Same thing. I mean, this just gets hard. We know that there's kind of the upslope, downslope portion, but where do you kind of draw that line? So thinking about, why some of these are a little smaller, like 53 and 14, it was because, well, maybe there is a potential for 14, for instance, on the east side to, feed down to Sunset. And that's another point I just want to real make high level. In this springboard scenario, Sunset did not change at all here. So it's just those two study areas remain at Sunset. They didn't gain anything from Willamette under Stafford. Lowry remains the same, and so does Boone's. So just thinking about that in terms of wanting to have kind of the least amount of impact, but then also maybe thinking about, when we are divvying up Bolton, is there an opportunity for Sunset to take on some of that as well?
It's something a lot smaller than really Frank. So they.
Yeah,
Like water going to true, yeah.
Good segue into, I'll just put the stats out there for a bit. Yeah. So, the springboard, we don't have the choice area anymore, so that's gone. We have Bolton enrollment has been allocated elsewhere, so is Stafford. So these are the numbers based on the springboard. Like I mentioned, Frog Pond, if you snap your fingers, you're at 263. And then there's, prospective enrollment growth in the next 5 to 10 years based on residential development that gets it near its capacity. I know the district, whether now or later, can talk about plans for Frog Pond in the future.
Maybe could I say it right now?
Yeah.
That might be true. So when we built Frog, as building Frog Pond, we've only built phase 1. And so there's a whole nother wing that's in the design, but not built because there's thinking of, it's not going to maybe populate right away. So sometimes when you actually build quickly, and then you have these empty classrooms. And again, a lot of this was before we even got in the place that we're in. So these were plans that we were making in the previous bond and communicating to the community that the previous bond in 2019. So remember, that's before all of this downward trend. In 2019, we were talking to the community, what we were going to build Frog Pond just phase 1 and then add on to it. And probably the next bond or shortly after. Well, we realized in this bond we didn't need to add on, and we slowed down. And I don't know what the next bond might do, but it would have another 3 months here, another pod set of classrooms that would increase it closer to 450.
When we consider other options, does each of these study areas need to move as one? So, like if we move a boundary, say 13, if we're considering setting them not to 0 to somewhere else, the entire 13s move together, or do those study areas?
If we break this smaller.
Being break them into smaller pieces. Yeah, we're gonna try to keep them, where they're at for now. But the idea of tweaking them a little bit, because we understand, based on transportation and you guys' input, there might be, we did our best to come up with what they might be, but there are reasons why I can see them changing. It's not something we can do immediately at the meeting, so we're coming up with the numbers right now, thinking of what we're gonna move. 13 would have to move as a unit right now, but if we had good reason to change that a little bit, then I can go back in between meetings and change the underlying model to help us understand, do modify that boundary a little bit. How does that affect the forecast?
Yeah, that's a great question. And when we've done this for years, it used to be that we would get, hundreds of little tiny study zones. And what happened is already what the group would do is already push them into bigger chunks. And that was such a strength, like that just the exercise of doing that and the amount of time spent on negotiating how to actually push smaller ones together consumed so much time that over time we realized actually start with a bigger cluster. And then if we need to break out a smaller one, that's actually worth the time and makes more sense than spending so much time pushing a lot of smaller study zones together. So we've kind of gotten better at snapping. But years ago when we did this, there were so many tiny little detailed study zones. It was overwhelming to the committee to kind of feel like they had to evaluate every single one and its rationale being where it was.
I guess a follow-up to that. So when we pick these new boundaries, obviously the closing school systems have to change, and we don't want to affect students currently at the schools that aren't closing. Can we pick boundaries that apply to new enrollments while acknowledging that existing ones have a grandfather time? Because middle schools turn over quickly. It's only 3 years at middle school. And then like everyone would be following the new boundary. Just as a way of because say like these boundaries are built up over time and it makes sense why they're built the way they were. But if you look at backlog once, maybe it doesn't make as much sense that you start from scratch. It would let us have more flexibility on something that works long-term while not displacing those families that are currently there. Is that available, or are we looking at something that just applies to everyone? Day one.
So I don't know the extent of the question. Like when you say things like, can we start from scratch? Then my heart rate goes up.
But say there's a
Email.
well, say there's a part of, I don't know. Let's say there's a part of trillions that we're not going to make them move, but long term, it would make sense if they actually went to Willamette or something. Could we create a boundary that says new enrollees in this section go to Willamette, but the existing ones there that are already at trillion, you finish out at trillion?
I think with 46.
Which probably for middle schools would mean for at least a couple of years of technically having two boundaries. Not really. I mean, it's really, we just wouldn't pick up the existing ones, but
I think if we get to that point it doesn't become like, let's just throw it out the hypothetical, but if we actually get to that point where we're really stuck on something and we feel like maybe that's the elegant solution here, then I think we come to why did we do that to that neighborhood? What did it change significantly in the modeling 5-10 years from now to now tell these families, we think there's something here that you need to change. They're going to ask us why. If they're in the room, they're going to say, why'd you pick on us? And we're going to have a good reason. And they'll want to see, did it make a significant enough difference to disrupt our family and our plans? And all those questions will come. The other thing is whenever we tell a family you are going there, then we provide busing. So we will be providing double busing, and then that always gets folks wondering, why did you provide double busing and was that number enough? So I think, are there rules that say you can't? I mean, we're kind of generating our decisions here as a group. There's no rules in Oregon Department of Education or legislation about it. But I think we would want to just really make sure that we got to that beyond a hypothetical to a real consideration. We want to understand deeply why we're doing that. But can we do anything? Well, maybe.
And, I'll just speak directly to parcel 42 and 43, because that is my region of responsibility. So, in the same spirit,
Yeah.
we would need to have a really excellent argument to those families in 42 and 43 about why you're sending their third grader to Frog Pond for 2 years, and then all of her classmates will go to Meridian, and she'll go over to Amy.
So this is springboard.
Yeah.
You know, we just had to start with something, and we started with something that kind of got those bars looking a certain way that wasn't, I mean, if you created a really wonky first springboard for you, you'd be like, no, let's spend it.
Painting broad strokes.
Yeah, or you might say, oh my gosh, this is the best you could do. We now spend an hour fixing something and getting it a little better. So we tried to get something working with those bars that we thought gets us close. So that's it's a springboard. And now we're reacting and we're saying, okay, these things make sense, these things don't make sense maybe for this reason, and we're surfacing that. And you're going to start generating these kind of conversations and discussions this afternoon, all day Friday. You'll be in this conversation. Looking more deeply.
Question, like if the, because now we will have several primaries, right, that will go to different. So like right currently we most of our, I think almost all of our primaries just go to one. So now
We're in the Westland ones with these.
We had
we'll have several right now.
feeder, we were trying to do a feed, used to be, we weren't a feeder model. Primary schools were split up and into different business schools. Then as we started growing and we added Meridian and we kind of, you know, pre-COVID, we're like, you know what, we think we're at that sweet spot, like some big districts that we could do a feeder and maybe families would like that their whole school could go. Well, we were in that, you know, nirvana for a number of years, maybe 5 to 8, and now we just realize we can't do that. So we will have some primary schools that we feed a couple of schools. But you are correct. What is unique about this springboard scenario is that those two areas, how they identify, you know, I don't know the address, whether it's Westland or Wilsonville, might be 12 to like the district office. But perhaps families do identify or with have over time Westland and see that difference of a Westland middle and high school and Wilsonville.
Well, I think if those lines are staying such that they see their future is being Westland.
So that's maybe one that we have a lot of conversation about. And you can imagine if we put this out in the community for next week, they would have conversation about it. So do we want to, you know, change it or try something different? But then we want to see what happens for bars. Okay, so all of these, those are the ones you're here because you're looking at that. Others are going to make some other areas.
So more questions about this? So, yeah.
We consider, the model, are we also factoring in accessibility at all? I'm in 14, 14 or 15. So my boundary was to, we're at Sunset, where we were in the Bolton. Yeah, I don't know, I'm somewhere in there. Accessibility wise, Trillium is more accessible because there are sidewalks that are pointing out. Is that something we need to think
Yeah,
about?
things we should be discussing. And sometimes where some of the, you know, if you do decide to adjust and to have micro adjustments, the areas that might be a reason, right? If there's a 4-lane, 5-lane highway that all people cross, or it just be a lot easier to go together. So is it ever a situation where it can't be done? Probably, you know, with transportation. There's probably some threshold where it can't be done or shouldn't be done, right? And then we can learn this experience too. So, but I think we're at the stage where it's so early. We've done the project hours since on Friday, right? To keep talking about this. So ultimately, our goal today was to kind of see this. Have you asked questions about it? Ask them things we can and can't do. Nothing's really off the table in terms of what we discuss in our groups, right? But the idea is that as a group, we have to have some consensus to move forward. Don't think either that we have to be totally 100% with that scenario that we bring forward for the community next week. I mean, there could still be some questions. We may still say, hey, you know, we think there's probably a couple more cuts we need here. But let the community tell us that, right? I mean, sometimes it's good to know that going in and say, we're still going to leave that because we kind of want to hear what the guys say. You know? Now, you don't want to do that with everything, right? Because then you're just going to get blasted for things. If there's things that we can clear up and clean up and make a little better based on what each of you know about your communities, then let's do that. But we don't, And it's almost feel like we have to have the most polished thing on Friday. It needs to be something that we agree, maybe some areas that we just want to hear, because we don't know where we could go either way on it, right?
I just wanted to speak to the study areas and questions, circling back to your comment. It was really helpful, it was helpful to me as I was learning more about this. When Alan zooms in, start to see the roadway structure and where these are get associated with the different roadways, right? For where these lines are cut, they're not necessarily down the middle of a street. You know, a lot of times you don't want one area to be on that side, you know, of one street. So a lot of times it's around property lines and whatnot. It is helpful to see where it feeds, you know, where's the Lamo, where's Skyline, where, you know, where's 43 running. Really helpful, so I know that'll soon be coming. I just want to interject that. Yeah, so helpful for me. So
Yeah, we can zoom in as far as folks need, and what we'll do, and then once we kind of finish some of the questions too, these are great, so keep them coming. Is we'll have you go back into your group and just have a conversation with your group today too, and probably list down a few things that you want to come back to on Friday. But if there's like a scenario or a tweak to a scenario you can do today, walk over to Alex and you can go for it, far to walk around and show you the computer, have a look at it. I'm sure it's good.
Just a quick clarification on the numbers. Which I think you said this, I was going to clarify. So if I'm looking at an area like area 34, the 89 going through the script, is that the actual current enrollment that's going to Stafford? Or is that who's zoned there? For example, I know we have some neighbors that are at Fulton doing the Mandarin program in our neighborhood. So is that 89 the actual going to Stafford, or that's who's supposed to go to Stafford? And with the numbers on the map, anything?
These are the, they are the resident attendants of that school. So
Okay.
they live there and they attend there, and then what's not shown on the map, but I can just say it and we can dive into the numbers if we needed to, but remember when we were looking at the residence attendance matrix and we had the students transferring to Bolton, for instance,
Right.
it's 59 students. What we had to do for those 59 was, Bolton was complicated too because of Chinese immersion, but we took a portion of them that attend Chinese immersion and said, move them to Willamette. The remainder, look at how many, based on that matrix, how many were coming to Bolton from everywhere else. And then use those proportions and apply them to the enrollment forecast so that we controlled for the students, kind of like the transfer students for Bolton's that are returning to the schools they're coming from. So we control for that behind the scenes. So then what we see on the map value are the residents that will attend those.
That would go to the best.
Yeah, okay. So you might not match perfect.
Okay.
But yeah, you're.
In that scenario, like that 89 or kind of, yeah, that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
And I think too that we really can't show is like, when we get into these, I mean, we have data points for where every student lives, right? The problem is that it becomes more, it's kind of a privacy issue too, especially like for saying, hey, you know, we know that there's some students maybe in special education programs that are going to the school outside of their resident attendance area. And let's say that we get in this conversation of, well, where do we, if we want to split a planning area, where would we split it? A lot of times they'll say, well, can we split up the points and see where the kids are? We really can't do that. Because the smaller areas that you get into, it's nice to be identifiable. Even though you don't see their data, you see a point. Somebody like, oh, I know a kid, but all of a sudden you know that who that kid is. So we really can't do that. But we can certainly talk numbers, like we can say this many kids are in this area, which is what you have that.
Are we gonna access the Excel spreadsheet as kind of move things around? Because it looked like the spring board reallocated all the Westland students to other elementary schools, but that pushed every Westland elementary school to capacity. Is that kind of the parameter that we're looking at? Is that each Westland K-85 with that capacity next year?
I think the
balance.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was to try to keep the Bolton Stafford, well, or Stafford being kind of the middle ground, Bolton going to those Westland schools. So yeah, they would naturally get a little bit higher capacity than say Boone's because it already has so much capacity. I don't think there's an idea to try to like build that to balance across such a geographic divide.
Yeah, that question.
Are we gonna access, play with this map, either in future settings here and or?
We typically don't, kind of this proprietary, what we have, so we don't typically let this just get out for people, but we can model anything that you want in there.
Yeah, we'll definitely be, I'll come around with the Excel table on, it's like, if you want to change this or that. Model that, yeah.
For Friday, can we get another computer so we can have, picture of the map on one screen and then the graph on another screen, so that way they're right here, that front wall.
Real good, like, we move the map, we see the graph change kind of side by side, and looking back.
Yeah. Think about how to try to make it as smooth as possible, but yeah, the idea is that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, we used to output this a little differently too.
To be honest, we're doing this in January after the board decision in December, so like pulling this together and having it side by side is probably the best we're gonna be able to do for Friday for sure. But yeah, I'll have it both sides, and what I haven't brought up yet is like the GIS behind the scenes where I can actually just select these, I will make the change and then quickly make the associated enrollment number change so that we can see both of them happen. What's happening in the map will equate to revised numbers.
And just to add clarity, the system, we can connect different computers and allocate them to different projectors. So from a technical perspective, that's achievable. Whether Alex figures out another way to be swapping or whatever, but the space can accommodate that sort of thing, if that's the direction that it goes.
All right, so let's take a few minutes, just get your teams, take a look at this. I know you've heard some folks have conversations. See if there's some things that even your group that you guys want to see. And kind of make a list of some things you want to see. Let's start with some mission conversations. Those will be around even you better model.
This thing, I want to do that upper page, here, it's like, it's for what, and non-stop. What would look like it's start and instead of like, it's together, like, there's so many things that have happened. Just like location, people when that is like, too small tools, like this. What do we end up with? Like, if it's not, we talk that you are doing this today. Here's a scenario. Like, I need on this big one. Like, I'm very strict. Very like, long it feels like. Bottom of this, that's not smooth, but that's not my getting. Given there's been so many bigger changes. Well, it's something is being a meeting staff last night and everything. They have to be in last night. And they're not. I don't know for it. So, well, and I think I find a place, so, but instead of if we were around just like stay, okay, that's like the boundary and done, we're not.
Yep, that's where.
I mean, I do those of the boundary, then you find some topic. Yeah. I think that's, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's definitely, then I think those years. Yeah. It's wild that. And it's part of it. Yeah. Yeah.
So what would you guys say? For the most residential?
So, we're up here. And I first, just to be clear, we have not been discovered with the all in previous year. Well, last time, I just like, I'm just not to get me. Probably Maryland, it's just small white person, it's obviously really nice middle school, it's just talking.
That thing's nice. I just did whatever the most recent. Okay. Yeah, no, that's good. I think I sent a follow-up, but they don't really need that. They're going to see me. I didn't want that one. Yes. That's okay. Yeah. Sure, she can change. Exactly. Yeah, it might change. Well, we can.
Yeah.
Give that a lunch. Otherwise, we can. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good.
Like, yeah, I mean, what I would say, yeah, like neighbors on Washington is I have one. That they stay. All my brothers and all the other families and kind of like that as well, and you know, like what you're kind of, you know, you're giving outside,
These are what you call that.
well, it's, yeah, it's their boat, yeah. Yes. Yes. Bicycles, yes, I know. It's not out there like that.
So they need to really Thursday.
Yes, so.
They are gonna change.
What is it? One of what maybe just started.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we should that, and so is it due, that is another.
That was pretty big.
Yeah, and you know, I think it was definitely at least a lot of houses. I don't remember it really.
Yeah,
So we're.
So it's a great. Now, it's, you know, yeah, it's like. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like no lens. You think about it, well, like, that's all it's all like feedback. You know, it's those are nice things, but yeah. One was on that side. But I never had much of that. I just wanted to try it. Yeah, I think that. There's something else that you also actually over your area that already has these. Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, I mean, I think that those communities are really fun, and I used to do like pretty nature, and I attend my students from part particular. So that's like, that's what they yeah, but I'm gonna be decided, like, the my choice, but cool, that's not much. Yeah, and that's all.
Thank you.
So we got the same coloration for the moment and then the right side that has the like just the moment behind the gas.
And like, this was the spring, if you look at like three together, but they don't have to be seen together, I think it can just be live. Which is the separation of the two, or just say 5, it stays down here, but it's not the so maybe it's where that's keeps on the range. While when it's this one, it's.
So like, I was sad, really,
This is a key thing.
that's good. Yeah, right. So
That's what they are.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of housing in there.
Yeah, that's. What would you say, like, somebody stuff? I mean, I was not like, so you just say, let's see it's back, it was like, that's all it's not. There's only. Oh, you know, and it's not working, it's working.
So. Yeah, there's one that you're. Yeah. They don't, unfortunately, but it's honest. I mean, also the two file around the list. Oh, one line.
And I'm still trying to find it. Flip on, but.
Sure. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, this is, I mean, it's perfect size, 3.
Yeah. Like, you know, there's pretty often only about us. There's no way right. I just think they are. Yes. And you can feel like or sometimes being the same type of situation, right? And we could just reallocate
When we thought.
Like, yeah, and like, yeah, so I. So that's. But it is you're not right, it is.
So basically.
But it would be how it happens. Yes. Well, this is one. One is one person keeping on the way. From the
1 year. But definitely it's part of.
We estimate 30, the county lines, so it goes to the state. But you know, districts and is right on the dollar, our district are 1.1 districts.
Yeah.
Things kind of consolidated, even county. Just one of those just kind of.
It's your part of people because like so smartly that were yeah, and then all.
Like all in the should say it's all.
Like, yeah.
And technically, you know, that's weird. I think really firm.
Kids who don't have happy us with. But they're all like, you know. Yeah.
That's a complacent thing. I always go there.
So just the middle, everybody's gonna funnel into the western point, nicer the town, and so like, right now, so let's say. Stafford goes out right to so Peter on the edge, part of it, to me, it doesn't seem odd to me. I'm just not seeing that there's that's not a lot of one, I do so hard.
I looked at the two overlay caps and.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
grass we thought that way.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's all. lot of mental in.
Right.
And I move that way.
Yeah.
It's we try to speed it around.
Like from a.
Sure, which, use the elevation. And elevation is down. Just around the hill. It seems that.
It's right after it's one.
It's not one side. Oh, right. Yeah. It's on. This is the dog. Yeah, so like we're a lot of neighborhood from the state. From somebody in this back. I'm taking housing development, anything, was as opposed to exactly like sure, but those lower code goes in. Yes. So these are the and there's all those numbers. Like you know, went in and we had a meeting where it's just and then so senior planning down the road, the states, all down because we're talking. It's starting to our sections like all state and then past that. It's also. So they grab, I mean, they sort of same argument.
You said about West.
In terms of like, there's a lot. And let me just try to get maybe every single one we talk about, we've seen a lot of things. If they don't project me, yeah, and especially. Last few years.
Overlay.
So the question would be, like, is like, can you hold on? Yeah, so what you see on Wesley Farm, yeah, just like that, where you got, it's your older home or your lot. Except there are very specific. Yeah, there's the Vision 42 plan. We'll talk about that's, in my conversations with city leadership, we're talking 30 to 60 acres. I mean, you have to think about like rebuilding.
Yeah, it's
City transportation plan about wanting to do projects. And like they're really, replacing it as a person. Now, recently. But that's the scale that they're going to see. So, I can't honestly, like they, some of them. Tell, I mean, yeah, I think that's what he's getting really through. It's just very, that's that, how do you just that down? I don't know, we just gotta take the new ones, so really that's not a residential. It's just the current. I just Google that. It's just not, we're gonna work in the next thing. We're talking. Okay, but that's more like acreage, lots, it's actually available for the It's
right above it. Like,
Oh, yeah.
So.
no, but the label is right. Oh,
That's where that stuff large, not solid. I hope the interest rates go down. That's fine, is that mean where those construction? Yeah, they're coming in with irrigations, basically, for those.
Like the drugs.
And so I just, it's more city kids, actually, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah. So the areas.
Much I just want to make sure.
And I know that there's applications for years and not a lot of material years to find in terms of.
The number, yeah.
And that's why I'm saying.
You know, you're the first. It's like, if you wanna like, that game is like super supportive of.
So then that's. No one wanted to say. There's where I'm like, I'm just. Conversation, so I'll never have that. And please don't. Thanks for going, but I don't.
We can come up with a foundation that influences.
Yeah.
Okay, about 5 minutes, I'm gonna have each group kind of report out what you're talking about, maybe something that you might want to see modeled, even just some thoughts, concerns, questions. We want to hear from each group so that everybody get their basis. That's dialogue, you know, so out there. We just go to the segment.
Stopping on these skills is like, why this is, that's great. It's not, it's
Right.
Right. And then make it fall from like.
Yeah.
You speak, I like local. This, but you speak all like, it's looking at it, like how school functions, because there's need to know, I think there's be all about classroom curriculum, you think like, oh, we're not, you are, but you said we can learn more list consideration of how
Yeah, well, I know that they're considering what else happens, but also factoring that from one choice on this. So if it's versus like if there was a small.
be like,
Yeah, I don't think it'd be the same
even more out.
massive expense because it'd be like. You know, the route area would have, it's like that, like a diagram with a slide over versus two giant circular shuttles where you've got buses.
Yeah.
Two different bus, the entire same huge area.
Oh, yeah.
What do you don't force?
I think like.
What's up? Always, yeah, but. First of all, that's it. Okay, good night. Oh, no. They're good. We should say about 2. Organic area, we can start good stuff.
Like, right, pots, right, everything. I love.
Which they, like the lighter to walk up to it, get more or less.
Sure.
Sure. Then, that would be another. Typically, yes, it's really. Great, so that when you don't truly. Yes. Part to the right, you know, that's why they started off, because we have first, then we third, fourth. So they have to be following the same.
Yeah, there's like six, like great with a third thing, so there's like.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's okay, so I feel like this, I was saying that that's already pretty well.
On, so that's. This is to be. Yes.
I can't speak to.
Because some that's not being. You mean in the orange or in the orange? Yeah, today in the orange. Oh, okay, sorry. The concept probably went back from the previous bar graph to this bar graph,
Yeah.
but.
That's
the hidden transfer population. So there's some that, you know, went to Bolton or Stafford that were transferring that Linn in concept. And because Bolton, Stafford closed, it's like where those kids gonna go, they went back to. So it's a little bit combined, right?
Yeah.
20, 30.
Yeah, no, I mean, like in general, like, if Stafford here, and we think 89, the Stafford kids, showing the 0.
but are we, it's total, I would look at this money. When here's staff was current enrollment, here's how many are going to be. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's it. I want to make it.
So like.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's like staff is right now is the, how like, our total. Like,
The transfer kids continue to. So the number we're seeing in the residents. And then those are the ones we get to. Transfer students, like, they may, there's a reason why they're that choice in this. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether in full view, I think that's the, currently it's still different. So are those kids sounds.
But yeah, like how many, like, how many people it's like, you have to think there's a lot to hold.
Just which number is?
But also I would just say.
So you, ready to let me try? Yes. You sometimes that just can help. So if a student is currently living in they are attending study steps all days. Where are they? If I can get correctly, is that they stay at sunset. It's really. Yes. They totally reverse settings. You don't need to worry about it, and so the residential attending. Yeah, I can go try one more block.
So the students that are transferring and not in school that. That is coming from the student, so you kind of don't have to worry about that. Except when there's a small flow, things like multiple staff, that's what they mean behind the scenes that, okay, I know that every night students transferring in both right now. And I know that because the Chinese numbers are so that line today's number is low. Snap your fingers, go to one year, we put it. That 32 number, you know, because the Chinese around the program reads barely constant, it's like that will kind of be similar numbers in the future, but maybe not exactly 32. That also is going to climb in the future.
Yeah.
And then the delta between 59 and 32, that's like the people who are transferring in the bolts, but they're talking over them everywhere else. Those numbers got pushed back to their schools, their attendance areas. Yep, yep. And I have like all those numbers.
Right.
I do know the background, but basically it's like once you know where they're going back to, then you just apply that to the forecast. Because you know, all the numbers are going to mostly going to. That's already factored in. So it's like, because you don't really need to, so we can't worry about those if they're presuming that the transfer rates will stay the same, which they have.
So maybe the assuring comment is, you don't need to go back to that attendance residential matrix and try to do it.
Yeah.
Through the experience of doing this hundreds of times, they have their method for trying to make sure that. Maybe that's a concept.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's, we're trying to make it so fun, having the numbers that, when there's the generating around, it takes them back. And so, yeah, we have a pretty good idea, we can hear about it and say, Alex, let's really see what this is, not just us to mention, you know, adding and subtracting, but do that versus the effective. Yeah, really what you should just have to do. Oh, use those.
I mean, even like some funds can write different points from the, you know, and it's.
Oh, yeah. Can you pull out section 14 and go on the start now?
Yeah.
All right, let's get back together. What I'd like to do is take about 10 minutes and have each group just do a little report out of their conversation. One thing that'll happen, especially on Friday too, once we start doing a few different scenarios, is you'll see a scenario or part of a scenario that someone else does, another group, and go, oh, that's a good idea. Or it'll be something you were thinking of doing, you don't have to do it because you can see what they did. So we like to kind of do that with our work groups, is learn from each other. So right now it's just a little temperature check. We pass the time to talk. That's been understanding the numbers, understanding the springboard. So you can tell us either a question, you can tell us something that you want to try, and maybe an or concern that you have. Something kind of moves forward. So this group, if you guys have something to share.
So what amazing to work with younger people so well. So we had some really great feedback from people who live in different pieces. And what we wanted to try was only 42 and 43 into Linn primary. And then mitigating the student attendance there by holding, and this gentleman here is in the southern, holding 16, 17, 18 in sunset, because that would help the numbers of the
Okay.
Do I?
No, that's something we can do. We're just kind of reporting it out right now.
Oh, yes.
Allison, take notes.
And it's exactly what our table.
Exactly the same.
In our other circuit. And then I was going to.
See, listening to you so strong.
And we were talking about how those neighborhoods, I think 14 main communities into a song. So if you look at 14 to the left, those communities there only have access to Rosemont, whereas the other pieces have access out into other areas. And I think that small portion of 14 to the left, and the one that only have access straight out to Rosemont, I think those are the people that are in sunset. And then the ones that have more access into other areas, you know, I don't know much about those neighborhoods, but I do know that piece of Rosemont there on that side, most of those students already focus on that. So I just think that it should be that way, both for me, everyone. So for buses, it would be on the way to Sunset.
Yeah, real briefly, I will say, before Ken mentioned, like, you know, we have, like I said, tracking students, residents, attendance. What we do have with the technology is like the ability to cluster. So like I can show you students, but it's not individual residents. So just to get an idea sometimes of like where students are living, but you don't see exact residents because they're grouped together. So we can kind of look at what it is color coded the same way as the attendance areas are. So you can kind of see like, you know, most of Sunset in the brown color, the students there too. So when we look at study areas, we can kind of like maybe not split them in real time, but understanding like if we wanted to, like, okay, the study area says it's 50 students, but what if we split it here? I can kind of tell you less during the meeting, like, okay, it's, you know, maybe 40-60% on either side of the line and splitting it. Just to know that you kind of I have that ability in the meeting.
And maybe some people are going somewhere because of one of those programs. Okay.
Important. I think it's just the Sunset community. It's a 15 houses.
When Alex showed that cluster, and we say, well, that seems like an anomaly. Is it because people orient that way, or it might be they're going right now when the children are younger to a program, but a dual language.
All right, let's go, let's move to this other group. Alex, do you guys have something you want to share out from our conversations?
We felt similarly that 42 and 43 needs to be looked at. And then we were just discussing more on the food stuff in Prop 1, kind of where they all meet in 21, 29, 24, like how that might be shifts and talking.
Did you have a thought on something you'd like to see shift for the third?
Well, we definitely think that because of high emotional, of the high emotions that run with Stafford switching and pulling 43 and 42, we don't think it's fair to bring them down with Rockmont. We think that we need to find a better solution to keep them part of West Linn, especially with those children going to middle school out there and going to high school out there. Intentions are already high. They are some of the most affected, and bringing them into a Wilsonville elementary school when they have to go right back, it's not fair. So those, I think, So I think we should all focus at the be my part. One of the primary things that we figure out a solution to.
Did you guys have anything more to say on that, other than the first part you said about what's in the rest of the specifics, or are you still thinking about?
I will say, like, I know a lot of families in 20 and they were already thinking they were being ready to go to frog pond, so I don't think, I think there's already some expectations that are gonna be changed. I'm just not sure.
Yeah.
What all those pieces look like, and I feel like I need to pull up with people and better understand the details. And then we were kind of looking, we're not familiar with Fulton and Chile and all that, but it does seem that some of those pieces could be shifted around, so it's a little clearer. So maybe accommodates like 42, I don't know if you want to split 42 and 43 and then have to, like if 40 can go to Trillium somehow. I don't know. If you go over one more, like, if they could be shifted and 40 could go into Trillium, and then that would allow you more space to see other things, other groups, but.
Good.
Alex, what were you saying about 21, 29, 24? Could I,
So 21 and 20 and 24.
oh, 20.
All of, many families in that area already thought that would be, well, for those top two right there, which are 21 and 20, they already thought they would be sent to front month.
Okay.
And a lot in 24 were like, oh, then we'll get sent to back. A lot of people just thought the freeway was gonna be blind. People would not cross the freeway. Don't know if that's totally realistic numbers wise, but it's good. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, mentally, people are, yes, yeah, no, it makes sense.
I think was what Adam said, you know, when it first got brought to us that we're not going to change boundary line for school, booms and Aubrey and everything. Well, we have families already in 2021 and most of 24, it kind of cuts down right where that Bullwinkles is, to the right side, like Vallejo's and all that. Those areas have already been ready to be switched. So I don't think it's going to be the disruption that we came into this meeting thinking that these families were going to be disrupted, because they're already expecting to, the communities, they're already expecting something to happen in those areas. Because the 21, 20, and 24 are all closer to all other primary schools in Wilsonville than it is to the one that they're districted to. So they're already expecting something. So that's just our biggest thing. It's not going to be as disruptive.
So I think I fixed it and I wrote, thought they were going to frog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or food or.
Yeah. And it's just a springboard, so.
Real quick, sorry, I was just looking at Beckman having 550 capacity and then in 10 years, you projected over that. That's based on the current enrollment, current choice zone, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So they actually have quite a bit of capacity.
They will.
Okay.
Right. That's true.
We're not changing on the map very much, and we're talking to bigger picture of like what important key things were, which aligns with the other things. So. What do you think?
Yeah, we were just trying to come up with a framework that supporting some of the decisions that the other tables have been making, really aligns with some of those values like K through 12, progression and consistency, right? So rezoning 43, 42 fits with that. Access, location, time to school, rebalancing 18 aligns with that too. So just trying to think of a framework to support the decisions that would rebalance these lines. And also, once you actually do move the kids into the school, because the school has to be the store grade. So I'm not sure how we're going to do that analysis at the grade level as we start bifurcating the actual just total name counts. But I think that's, given this looks like the Westland schools are at capacity, that might just be a little bit of a parameter that we need to work within. But it seems like the springboard's pretty close with a few of the tweaks that the other tables make. It's pretty amazing. It aligns with what we actually talked about.
I'm surprised at how many were going to Trillium for section. Just because it's already such a large school. I think that would maybe more surprising to see than springboard, obviously, but some good points on like
staffing that we like brought up, like thinking like instructional coordinators, like that type of staffing, not necessarily teacher staffing that goes along with support. So support that goes along with when you get to the larger school, and then we're pushing some of these into that, like with the Trillium, for example, considering those factors as well, not just teachers, but staff.
And there are also some pretty big strengths to this redrawing of the boundaries is that Westland's housing growth is pretty much stagnant. And we're seeing school enrollment decay, so while the schools might be at capacity for the next couple of years, that's going to change, right? So these are conceptual ideas that we can put in place for a long period of time and feel pretty good about it. So I think those are all really positive things.
Right, thank you. We'll start working on some things that will bring us back at the next meeting. But what we'd like you to do too is keep these maps with you, and if then as we finish up, we're gonna just do a little bit of like a wrap up before we go. But if you keep the maps, and if there's like an area that we've talked about, you said, well, maybe we want to kind of maybe microfine, change that area, make it a little smaller, come back with an actual spot. You know, whether it's along roads or whether it's like through property lines, something that we can then start off with the next meeting. Also have a few more scenarios based on what was brought forward here to share at the next meeting. And then basically get coming back into this and kind of just keep looking at scenarios, looking to see how they match up against the guiding principles and try to work towards a consensus. We'll go forward.
Cadence on, between now and Friday, having a conversation.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do now. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
You know, with, I know this is proprietary, so I wouldn't show anybody, but I'd like to go knock on some of the doors and just talk about, you know, what they would think if, you know, possibly, what is their thoughts on, do they have any opinions on the boundary, what should we?
So Ken's going to talk about that.
I give you best practice on that.
Yeah, and you know, we are live streaming this and we've already got folks saying, we can't see what's on the screen, you know, so we're going to upload my PowerPoints onto the website. These will go, of course, you've got a lot of context around background information, conversations. Folks just kind of jumping in mid-story may not have that, and we'll start to think that's the actual map. So we'll have to do a lot of explanation. We're going to get a communication out tonight that just says, so we had our first meeting, here's where you can access things. Please remember, we're midstream, nothing is final. Can you see scenarios? And you mentioned, so that's the best help you can do as key communicators, like whatever you saw, that's not fine. We're just playing around with some concepts right now.
You mentioned the survey that you will do as part of the, you will do.
Well, the district will do surveys when we bring out the consensus scenario.
Right. And are there dates on when, like, this is when you can expect to see this go live? Because I think that would go a long way. And people have like a date in mind of like, this is when I'll have to chime in on the proposal.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, best practice, you know, like, feel free to talk to people, but don't feel like you have to go out and knock on doors. Or, I mean, there's people that you have already said I'm going to talk to you about it. Great. I think the biggest thing you can say is that it's an open process, right? We try to be very transparent with you. The district's been really transparent in terms of showing you data. The district made some decisions early on. It's more in the charge of this committee. Now, there's always a question, can we kind of modify that a little bit? Well, we'll see kind of where we get to with these scenarios, and also where we get to in terms of community input. Now, there may be some areas where it makes sense to do that, right? But the recommendation we bring forward then goes to Dr. Ludwig, and then she'll take that forward to the board, whether fully intact or with some additional recommendations. And so I would say be open with people, you know, let them know it's not a secret that the district's losing enrollment, right? But I would also say it's not just this district. It's not through any fault of the district. This is just what we're seeing statewide, nationwide, region-wide. We see it. We do about 40 enrollment forecasts a year. I think we have 2 that show growth. You know, this is across the country. Northwest is predominant, about 30 of them, and the other 10 are across the country. And we have 2. So
we can show them
Yeah, the map will be placed online.
Yeah, we'll show them, and they're watching, you know,
Yeah.
or
There was one note about proprietariness, and that was software and embedded student data.
Right.
So they're not going to distribute licenses to access the proprietary software systems, but the map, yeah, that's the community conversation.
You'll present static maps throughout this process. So basically we'll number the scenarios. So as long as the scenario will number it. So the next time you get here, you'll see scenario 1, which will be basically what you guys talked about. We may see a version of that, like if we try to do something to help incorporate that lower part that you would share with us, 2024, perhaps we would show that as a scenario. So we numbered these. We have basically a scenario library. There'll be a bunch of PDF static maps that we'll put in and keep adding to it. So anybody in the community can pick something like can see what goes on. Yeah.
And that maybe apologies for getting into it, Kent, about contemplating next week and the opportunities and the nature of how the community, the broader community who's on the OWL going, I want to see in common. But next week is the focus of that, right?
Yeah, so, so what our task is, the task force is to come up with a consensus scenario by the end of our meeting on Friday that will then be presented to the community at the open houses. And then right about the time when the open houses start, sometime during the day, the district can place those, that scenario along with the statistics online as well. There'll be a survey, there'll be the same survey given at the open house as is online, but people can enter in. And we always suggest it's good to have people say where they're from, like in which area of the district, which elementary school, primary school in this case. And then also if they attended in person or if they're just doing this remotely. And then all that information will be pulled over the course of the week and will be synthesized and brought back to this. So that you guys can see what the results were from the consensus scenario. There could be people just sharing things that are totally away from the consensus scenario, right? Say we want you to model this or this. And so we'll come back and we'll do that second week that we're together. And we have a lot of hours together in that second week, so we get to a lot of scenarios, and then we'll come out with a recommendation at the end of that second week.
Will the community listening sessions be more like separate tables where someone's going to be sitting, or are they going to be like a microphone and one person talking?
Yeah, well, we always propose it being more of an open house because there's no way you can really take all of what we've communicated today and try to re-communicate that out to a large group of people. So we don't try to recreate the task force at all. But we do use you as representatives to be there. So you wouldn't be by yourself, could be a district person or more than one district person with you. Generally, we say 3 to 4 different easels with the consensus scenario and statistics. And then you'll be standing by it. People will come look at it, ask you questions. Again, that's where you can talk about this. I will talk about the committee of the task force. This is why we came up with this scenario. These are the things we want to find out from you about it. And we'll talk about all of that on Friday. Kind of some areas where we think there might be questions on the consensus scenario, and we have some answers to be able to share, as so we're kind of, I guess, so that everybody's clear on how we develop that scenario. That's really what we want them to know. Yeah. So the big thing is it's an open process. I mean, we're eliciting input from you, I think in an open way, and a way that's authentic. And so we definitely want people to come back to the community with that effort in mind, to be able to share that.
I think obviously do the math on this situation, but as we continue to change it, I think it might be helpful to say, okay, based on this, Stafford, your current population of 260, X is going to Frog Pond, X is going, so we can see the distribution of like how many we're sending to each school. So I know like the graphs are moving to show how each school looks. But it's not necessarily like, are we sending 10 students from Stafford to one place and like 100 somewhere else? I think that just might, does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. I don't know if that's a valuable information for anybody else or not.
Yeah, we've shared this data a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a way that we've done this in the past. Look at Oxford, yeah, have shown that.
And obviously, like, we don't know like by grade level or anything like that. It's like a whole nother level, but just kind of in general knowing like where your school population is going, I think will help our community in understanding that. Would be that's nice. Yeah, we can do math, obviously, like right now back and forth,
Yeah.
but if we keep doing every scenario, it's like.
Anthony Brown's, because he's not, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm going to town.
I have also this down to Alex, yeah, that would be like West like that.
Thanks, Fred.
Yeah.
So on Friday, we are going to ask the two other principals, Linn and Trillium. Principal at Cedar Oak is out at this time, and same as Sunset was pretty leave. So, Katie Beckett and Nicole Minor are available. They'll come on Friday just to come and be a support. And if there's anything you feel that they can be helpful with, we didn't feel they needed to get all day today, but they will make an appearance on Friday for however long we. And then I guess my wonder is, do you feel you'd like someone from First Student here on Friday? Are there some really specific questions you anticipate you may have around transportation? Jeremy knows a lot, and there are some things where he might say, I'm not quite sure about that area. We can put them on call for Friday, and then if we feel that'd be helpful to have someone.
I think we're still helpful today, so.
So any nods, would you feel like if we did come up at all that you thought you needed anything from transportation?
Because I'm part of all the.
No, I Jeremy here.
That's that, because if someone from there is going to be here for a few hours, right? They need to have coverage, all day, so.
Maybe we'll meet again in 2 weeks.
So after.
Yeah.
Okay. You think you need for Friday? How was the lunch? We're gonna have sandwiches next Friday.
Are we back in the same groups on Friday or mixing groups up on Friday?
Well, I don't know how you've done it. You want to keep.
What's funny is I've always tried the next groups, but some of those people have been to a group that kind of. So if we're a larger team, like we've had groups of like twice. But that's like, oh, you guys seem to be working good together. So
Well, yeah.
we could go to two groups. So like sometimes it's helpful to have, we'll have a bigger map. So we might like push tables together, like maybe have 4 tables in a group, and we can split 2 groups, so we have a big map or share the spots. That might be helpful.
We're hoping that our 2 folks from Beckford will be back, and then we are looking for one more person from Bolton. Pat's on that. I don't know, Chris, if you know, if you and Pat put your heads together. I think someone dropped out last night, so we'd like to have one more person. I think we can bring them up to speed, by Friday, and then still waiting for someone to volunteer. Okay. Share kind of situation, but that will manage the presentation. We will have the principal on Friday, but we would love to.
And usually the first thing everybody sits down is like, all the chairs are not there to stand on. We'll see if that. Yeah, but we can, the meeting next week, Friday, this week. We can do some real life scenario topic too. Today, it's much get your thoughts aligned. Once you start seeing some of the new ones that are kind of, oh wait, let's check that. Maybe we do that quickly. Usually the first one is kind of nice to have a longer conversation with the team. But we're all the teammates, the whole team. So I think there's like 2 groups.
Good work, everyone.
Yeah, there's not good.
Yeah, well, we'll be on Given us communication out. Oh, it's more. So the response, like, one.